All right, everybody. Good evening and welcome. It is the 2024 election, and it is a very important election for sure. But here at Saber Broadcast Network, we did not want to get started until we played the national anthem of the United States of America. So, without a doubt, let's go ahead and salute our pledge. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
So,
We're gonna get everything situated for tonight, but we have a really important election here in this country, and so
a little of what we
wanted to do to get started with is we wanted to give you a little bit of a background for what is going on in this election. And so, without a doubt, let's go ahead and look at this as our, basically, here's what the issues are in the campaign that we've seen and what are really some key dates that we've seen throughout this election cycle, just to give you a little bit of an idea. Don't worry, I'm going to a moment. So don't worry, I'm getting to that. So, first off, we look at some key dates. So, November 15th, 2022, former President Donald Trump announced his bid for president. Now, technically, this is his fourth time run president. And so that is a really big thing. President Trump, that was when he announced his fourth bid for president. Of course, 3 being as a Republican, I think it's Reform Party. And then April 25th, 2023, President Biden announced his bid for re-election for president. And then August 24th, 2023, Trump became and have a mugshot. And then you look at June 27th, 2024, that was President Trump and President Biden. That was a CNN hosted debate. And so we all know how that went. And so some other key things. So July 13th, 2024, that is when former President Trump was shot in the ear in an assassination attempt during his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
President Trump announced that Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio was his running mate at the Republican National Convention, July 17th.
Senator
at the RNC.
18th, President Trump.
And
his first after being shot.
Then you look at
July 21st, just days after the RNC, President Biden announced that he was withdrawing from the election. Then, August, I believe that's August,
Vice President
announces Governor Walz was her running mate. And of course, July 21st, Vice President Harris announced her bid for president. Then, August 21st, Governor Walz addresses the DNC. August 22nd, Harris addressed the DNC. Then you look at some of the last dates. September 10th was the debate between Harris and Trump. And then on October 1st was the debate Vance and Tim Walz. So
here,
and so that is, and of course today is election day. There are still some polls open in some of these states. So there are, and some states are still reporting. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. But I just want to give you, just let you look at what are in this election, such as abortion, democracy, economy, education, foreign policy, which is global wars, healthcare, and then the LGBTQ plus rights. That's really some of the many issues that we have right now in this election. With all that being said,
Okay. There's my internal microphone. I'm trying to
see if I can get this to work. Okay. So microphone on what the deal was with the microphone at the moment. And I'm still getting
with this.
okay. We're going to move back to just this regular camera for now. We're gonna try to get this figured out with this setup with the cameras and stuff. Not sure what is going on right here, but we'll get that figured out. So welcome. This is just
That you're watching.
so hopefully it's picking up great for you. But getting back to okay, I don't know why.
Okay, I don't know what the deal is right here.
Picking out. Hello? Yes. Okay. So
Is with the microphone. Okay. All right. So we got this microphone. We're gonna try next commercial break to get this figured out with the microphone. I don't know what the deal is, but for right now, we're gonna work with what we got. We got just us right here for right now. So we'll get it all figured out in just a minute. But let's get you some updates. And what I'll do for you is I will get you a tally going right here so that you keep up with what I'm calling so far. Okay. And once we get the other stuff figured out, we'll try to get it back on. We do apologize for these issues so far, but Vermont still only 2% called, and we do. I mean, Kamala Harris has about 58% of the vote there. We're gonna wait another minute or two before calling this one. Still want to see how this plays out. New Hampshire, 1% of the vote is being counted so far. Trump has a 61% lead, has 61% of the vote right now. Kamala Harris with 38. So that is something to keep your eye on there in New Hampshire. In Virginia, Donald Trump has 56% in Virginia right now. Still 0% of the vote being counted. They have a lot of people voting, so hey, that's a lot. South Carolina, 0% of the vote. Trump, 60.6% to 38.5% for Kamala Harris in the state of South Carolina right now. 0% of the vote being counted right now. Georgia, Trump back in the lead for the moment. Trump, 51.6% to 48% for Kamala Harris. In Florida, Donald Trump, 52.9% and 46.3% for Kamala Harris. And a whopping 59% of the vote has been counted for in the state of Florida. So, very interesting. Also, I believe it's Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia all will be closing in about 9 minutes. So that's something to keep your eye on as well. Like I said, I am going by the AP results right now. So that gives you an idea of where I'm standing with this. So, okay. Of course, we're going to continue watching this. Let's look at, and of course, we're keeping an eye on the Senate races as well, Senate and House, just to make sure we have an idea of what's going on. So Kentucky right now got a tight race for their got a tight race so far. In Casey County, Kentucky, James Comer, he's got 89.6% of the vote. That's 11% being counted in Casey County. Taylor County, James Comer in the lead. Bowl County, James Comer in Anderson County. And then Franklin County, which is where Frankfort is at, you have Erin Marshall, who is a Democrat. She's got 50% of the vote there. That is District 1 for the House. You look at the 2nd District and Nelson County. Right now, Brett Guthrie and another Ohio County is being counted right now. 77.7% Brett Guthrie in Ohio County. Nelson County is right now Brett Guthrie. This is looking at the state of Kentucky right here, okay? So that's something to keep in mind as I'm looking at some of these states and how their House is going. Jefferson County, which is home to Louisville, and the 3rd District for the House of Representatives in the state of Kentucky, nothing being accounted for quite yet. Like I said, Thomas Massey, uncontested race in the 4th District. He will get his seat. He will remain in seat. Hal Rogers, uncontested. He's going to remain in the House of Representatives in the 5th District. And then in the 6th District, you've got a very interesting race here. Andy Barr against Randy Cravens. Right now, Andy Barr, he's won more counties so far in the state of Kentucky as far as his district. And then Randy Cravens, he's only got Fayette County, which is home to Lexington, Kentucky, where he has 51.9% of the vote. So yeah, that is the House of Representatives. Another update from the state of New Hampshire. Kamala Harris is now in the lead. She's got 49.8% of the vote there. Trump's got 49.1%. So that's something to keep in mind. And in Virginia, Kamala Harris now is in the lead in Virginia. She's got 53% of the vote, with 1% of the vote being counted so far in Virginia. And I'll be honest, this is from me personally, but looking at the presidential race, Virginia is one to really keep your eye on. The reason why I say this is because this is one, if you look at the trends, the Republican Party has been gaining a lot in the state of Virginia. That's one to keep an eye on, because Virginia, if it were to go red, that is huge for Donald Trump, because that is 13 electoral votes right there for Virginia. So that would mean Kamala Harris would have to get a lot of the swing states at that point. But this is where we're at. Vermont, 5% of the vote being counted still. Kamala Harris in the lead. Yeah, let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and call it. We'll just say Vermont gets the 3, or Harris gets Vermont's 3 electoral votes. So Kamala Harris now gets on the board. She's got 3 electoral votes. And so, very interesting stuff to witness right now. So, Florida, it's coming in fast. Florida is, like I said, coming in super fast. They've got 64% of the vote being counted so far. Donald Trump's got 53% of the vote in the state of Florida right now. They're going to be done calling here in just the next few minutes, if I got to be honest with you. Or I'll say this. By at least 7:30 Central Time, we're going to know who wins the state of Florida. That's my prediction right now. Florida, I believe, by 7:30 Central Time will be called, and we'll see who wins the state of Florida. All right. Let's take a look at what else is going on. Like I said, North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio, they should begin their calling they should be done polling at about 6:30. That will be the point where they will start announcing the winners there in that state. All right. Again, let's take another short commercial break, and then we'll come back and have some more election results. All right, we are back here live on Saber Broadcast Network. Still having technical difficulties with the microphone and the main camera. We're gonna work on that throughout the night, see if we can get that fixed for you. But for now, we're gonna stick with the main camera right here. If you didn't already know, I did get a MacBook, so hopefully this camera is not too bad right now. Yeah, let's get some more results. Right now, Virginia, only 30% of the vote being counted. Kamala Harris now with a comfortable lead in the state of Virginia. But, of course, only 3% of the votes being counted. So, keep that one in mind. Of course, New Hampshire, Kamala Harris, a little bit of a lead in New Hampshire, not too big. Still, only 2% of the vote being counted there. There's going to be a long way to go there in New Hampshire. And so we still have a long night to go. Of course, Kentucky, 15% of the vote. And, man, Trump's got nearly 70% of the vote in Kentucky so far. And you look at Indiana, he's got about 62% in Indiana. So, yeah. Okay. So getting a little bit of information from my producer right here. Okay, so we got one to look at. We're gonna go to first before we get to I believe that is a House seat that is looking at in Florida. West Virginia. They've already called Donald Trump to win West Virginia. So let me wait a minute and see how the vote goes there, and then we will, of course, add those 4 electoral votes to Donald Trump as soon as I feel comfortable calling that. I just personally, with there not being any count so far, I just want to wait and see what's going on there. Okay, let's go now to the state of Florida, where my producer reminds me that there is a really interesting race in Florida's 2nd district, and we're going to look at that. So let's take a look. We're going to go House, and we're going to go 2nd district. All right. So right now, with 40% of the vote being counted, this is interesting here. Neil Dunn, the incumbent in the 2nd district of Florida, is currently losing, and he's got 48.8% of the vote. Yen Bailey, the Democrat, looks to potentially pull off an upset with taking down an incumbent. Yen Bailey, 51.2% of the vote there in Florida's 2nd congressional district. That is very interesting. Main reason why is the county is Leon County, and if you don't know where Leon County is, that is the state. That is around Tallahassee, which is the capital of Florida, there in the north part of the state. Yen Bailey, nearly 60% of the vote there in Leon County, and then he's also got a little bit right here in Gadsden County that's being counted, 40% already counted. Yen Bailey, 54.4% there in Gadsden County. So that's a very interesting race. Thank you to my okay. Up just a little bit of a note. Virginia is too early, but all Republicans in the statewide elections are up. This is the same start Republicans in 2020 when polls closed. So that is interesting to note there. Of course, only 3% of the vote being counted. Okay. Kamala Harris, she's got 54% of the vote in Virginia right now, with 3% being counted. Do not count Donald Trump out yet. I still think this is going to be there's a reason why this hasn't been called yet. So, me personally, I think this is something to keep an eye on. West Virginia, still no votes being counted. AP still is, they've called Donald Trump to win, but like I said, I'm going to wait and see how this goes. I don't want to call it quite yet and be premature on this because, this is big stuff here, and we don't want to prematurely call something. 4% of the vote in New Hampshire, and Kamala Harris, 56%. Donald Trump still holds the lead in Florida, which has got about 72% of the vote being counted. So Donald Trump, we're going to wait and see. Very nearly, we may end up calling it because, 72% of the vote in very interesting election there. Georgia's got 8% counting, and Trump with a huge lead in Georgia with 9% being counted. Trump with 4% being counted in South Carolina. He's got a huge lead in South Carolina. Very interesting indeed. So, like I said, Kentucky's been called for Trump. Indiana called for Trump. Vermont called for Kamala Harris, who's got 65% of the vote in the state of Vermont. So, very interesting stuff going on right now in these elections. So, got a lot of interesting stuff going on for sure. And so, like I said, we're going to be keeping an eye on all this. We're going to be here for quite a while tonight. So, got a lot to get to. We're gonna go ahead and bring in the camera we had at the beginning of the show, just so that we get a different camera view. We'll let that take that on here. Okay, still not recording. I don't know why. Okay, I don't know what is going on. Stuff tonight. Either way, guess we're gonna keep it here. I don't know why that camera won't come on. That's weird. But either way, continue to stay here. We have got a lot of coverage for you here tonight, and so of course got a lot to get to. North Carolina, and this is only 2% of the vote, but Kamala Harris out to a huge lead. She's got 69% of the vote, with 2% being counted so far in North Carolina. A little interesting here, to say the least. Very interesting indeed to see that. And then with 1%, Donald Trump's got a huge lead in Ohio. That's 17 electoral votes. North Carolina's got 16. So very interesting what is going on so far here tonight. So, like I said, Ohio, 61% is going to Donald Trump so far. And then you have 69 going to Kamala Harris in North Carolina. It's very interesting to see. So, let me take another commercial break real quick. I know I'm still trying to get this worked out, folks. So, I'll be right back. All right, we are back. I was just working on some stuff real quick. So yeah, very interesting. Still 2% Kamala Harris with the lead in North Carolina. This is very interesting to keep an eye on. Yeah, 73% of the vote in Florida, and still no call for Trump. 54% said, 54% of the votes going to Donald Trump, with 73% being counted. Let's wait and see. The big thing here with this race, and I can go into a more electoral style view, but okay, this is not telling me a whole lot. Okay, well, we'll just keep regular geographic view. But yeah, Donald Trump, he's got a huge lead in Florida, or not a huge lead, but he's got a lead in the state of Florida. What's shocking is Georgia, which is supposed to be a battleground. Georgia, Donald Trump's got about 61% in Georgia, which is supposed to be a battleground state, and that is an interesting note. Very interesting indeed to know that. So, of course, a lot to get to. Still no count being done in West Virginia, and they still call Trump. I'm still waiting on that. 3% of the vote in Ohio, Trump 58.6. So, very interesting stuff going on right now. Of course, a lot of states we're still waiting on. And so, New Hampshire, 56% Kamala Harris. So, we're just waiting on a lot of this right now. So, very interesting indeed. And so, I will go ahead and try to get some of this worked out so that we can try to get our main camera and basically our main stuff going right here, because I want to have best live look what's going on. Try a different cord right there. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So, we're working on it, folks. Don't worry, we are trying our best to get this fixed. Okay. Maybe the camera's back, hopefully. That went to for the information right here. Okay. Okay. So we're going to test this out real quick and see if we can get this going. So let's see. First camera, still nothing. I don't know what is the deal with that. Okay. Let me just reload real quick. Okay, I don't know. Let's see. My microphone is picking up, apparently. So this microphone is picking up. Ooh, that's not a good noise. Either way, we got our microphone back. As far as camera, I don't know why we don't have our camera back yet. I don't know what the deal is there, but we do have some audio coming from my microphone. So I was hoping I wouldn't run into any kind of issues tonight. We're making the best of it, folks. Trust me, we're trying to make the best of this. We're going to get to the results here in just a minute. And what's going to be great is to be able to show you, is to be able to come back and show you the results as far as like show you the actual map. That'll be great because that'll help you understand what's going on right here, right now. So, of course, we got a lot to get to here tonight. Yeah, let's look at some of this stuff real quick. Yeah, Vermont 9%, Kamala Harris 65% of the vote. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and call Harris to win. That is another. Oh yeah, we already did call that, didn't we? Okay, I'm sorry. That's on me. Kamala Harris 54.8% in New Hampshire. North Carolina, Kamala Harris 68.1 with 2% being counted. 56% with 15 counted so far in Virginia. All right. So let's see. Let's go to Florida.
And folks, 76% of the vote has been counted in the state of Florida, and Trump's got
nearly 10-point lead
in Florida. Personally speaking, I think I'm going to go ahead and call this. With 76% of the vote being counted and Trump up the way he is and the trend it's going, personally speaking, I don't know. I mean, if my producer's watching, I don't know if I should go ahead and call this. I think it's 30 electoral votes, so that's going to be nice for President Trump to get right here. Is that the 30 electoral votes? That'll be big. But yeah, personally speaking, I'm going to go ahead and give Trump the 30. I just don't see a world where Kamala Harris can come back from this. I mean, if need be, we can adjust this so that it's a little bit more accurate. So, yeah, 76% of the vote and Trump up the way he is. I don't doubt Trump. I think Trump wins this. So, yeah, 49-3 should be your current count. So, still not seeing why this is doing the way it is. Okay. Trust me, we're trying to get this figured out, folks. So, just sit here with us, working some of these issues. That's okay. Let's put that on stream. Okay. So I don't know what. Okay. So I don't know why I can't get regular camera going. All right, so we still got a camera going. We'll be fine for now. Yeah. Okay. So still a lot going on. Trump, 3% of the vote coming in. Trump's only got a 1 percentage point lead in West Virginia. AP, like I said, they already called it. So I don't know about that. I'm gonna wait and see on that one. There's still a long way to go. I'm gonna wait on that one. Ohio. Trump has a pretty big lead with 5% of the vote coming in. We're gonna have a lot of states coming in here in just a minute, so do stick around for that. Okay. We're gonna go to another commercial break, and we're gonna see if we can get these issues worked out. no idea, folks, why the camera doesn't work. But yeah, we're gonna get this figured out here in just a moment. So, okay, right, all right. Let's see. So, continuing on. Okay, this makes sense. So my producer Corey coming in clutch again. He says expect Florida to be called before 7:30, but here's the catch: not all voting places has closed in Florida yet. That makes sense why they haven't called it yet. Personally speaking, I mean, this is just me. The majority of the state has been counted for. So I mean, that's just me. I mean, Trump's got a 54.7% lead in Florida. I'm not worried about it. I think Trump sticks with that. Lot to get to though. Again, I don't have a clue. We will figure this out with the camera. Of course. Um we'll figure this out. Not 100% certain why it doesn't want to let me have the opportunity to use the camera I want to use, but other than that, we're fine. Let's see. Yeah, New Hampshire still 12% being counted. Kamala Harris leads there. 15% in Vermont being counted. 20% in Virginia. Kamala Harris's lead kind of dwindling a little bit. She's still got 54%. That's only 20% being counted though. Still, that's kind of trending more towards Kamala Harris, if I got to say so myself. We'll wait and see on that one. North Carolina, only 3% counted. So keep that in mind. Still only 3% being counted. So we'll see here in a few minutes what happens with that. Now, there are, like I said, a lot of states that's going to be closing here in the next few minutes. Okay. This District 2 in Florida right now, I believe the counties that Neil Dunn is losing, he's losing big. So that is something to keep an eye on right here and right now for the state of Florida. Okay, we're going to real quick. I have a list of the polling sites that's going to be closing here in the next few minutes. So let's see here. And yes, I did put a spreadsheet together. So closing at 7 o'clock Central Time, you got Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida. Like Florida will officially be closed. Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Washington, D.C. Okay. So, as far as the Senate seat, I believe that's District 2, if I believe my producer right. And then, or Republicans are a step closer to the Senate seat. Jim Justice won the West Virginia Senate seat, who will replace Joe Manchin. So, not a shocker there. Jim Justice, let's go ahead and look at that real quick. I'm going to go to West Virginia and just give you an idea of what that looked like. But yeah, we're going to pull that up real quick. Thank you, producer Corey, for that. Very big help having him. He is very knowledgeable and helps me figure this stuff out very easily. So let's see, Senate. All right, Jim Justice. Yeah, it's been called. He's got 57.3% of the vote, 7% being counted for right now. Jim Justice will win that seat that's being called by the AP right now. So very interesting there in West Virginia. All right. Like I said, we got a lot of polls that are about to be closing, folks. And so New Hampshire, we're going to get a final look at where they're going to stand. Vermont is interesting. Virginia and North Carolina, they got a long way to go with their counting. That's not over yet. Still a long night to go there. Florida's got 80%. Yeah. Trump's got 55% of the vote there in Florida. We're going to stick with Trump being called so far. So, 7% being counted in West Virginia. Let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and call West Virginia for Trump. And again, these are some of these states that I'm calling so far. Not really a shocker to see President Trump winning these. So that puts him at 53 total. And so we're going to just wait and see what the rest of the country is looking like. So very interesting. Keep an eye on right now for the Republicans and the Democrats. Very long night to go. So, of course, three more minutes, and we'll start getting some results from some of these other states that are here in the eastern part of the country. We still have a long night. I mean, folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here a while. We're going to be here for a while. So, buckle up. We're here, and we're happy to be bringing you some great content here tonight. So, trying to see if I can get you. I don't know. Not gonna work. Like I said, we're not gonna worry with the camera right now. Either way. A little bit of a change of events right here. 21% of the vote being counted in Ohio, and Kamala Harris has taken a lead in Ohio. Little shocking there, because you think about the state of Ohio. I mean, Trump has been dominant in Ohio his last two presidential elections. So that is a little shocking to see Ohio. Well, there's still a long way to go, but that is a little shocking because it depends on what counties that are being called. We'll dive into that here in just a minute. But yeah, long night to go, and it is 6:59. Let's go ahead and take another commercial break, and we will be back on the other end with some more poll closings. So stick around, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Now, you may wonder why we come with this commercial, but it's for a good reason. And that is because Saber Broadcast Network now has an official app. Now, this app, it will give you the ability to basically find our social media pages, which is Rumble and YouTube, so you can easily access that. You got early access to the Saber Broadcast Network poll, and you get to see the game picks records after the games are done on Sunday, whenever we get to it. So, folks, if you want a more updated version, like if you want to see things early as far as the records and as far as the network poll, then you can go to the Saber Broadcast Network app. We'll have that link in the community post, and we'll have it in the description. So, hope you enjoy.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is America's Choice 2024, And it is live here on Saber Broadcast Network. We got off to a little bit of a rough start, folks, here with our broadcast, but we're making the best of it, folks. And tonight is a very special night. As I've stated before, it is America's Choice 2024 here on Saber Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. So glad that you could join us here tonight. And if you've seen me talk about my coverage, what I want it to be is I don't want this to be, oh, I'm giving you political opinions about where I believe. No, I'm not giving you any opinions on my beliefs as far as politics. No, I'm giving you the idea of, oh, I'm going to give you the idea of, oh, I'm going to give you results. Not a lot of media gives you results as far as just results, and that's it. They got to give you some opinion. I will give you just the results. Okay? So, with that being said, I got to say this. Seeing some of this stuff, Kamala Harris, early though, this is interesting. So, right now, okay. So, my producer, Corey, making a good point. Don't expect the Republicans to win Virginia. Kamala Harris has got a pretty good lead. Tim Kaine as well got a pretty good lead in Virginia. But Texas right now, Kamala Harris starts out with a pretty good lead in the state of Texas. AP has already called Oklahoma for Donald Trump. AP's already called Mississippi for Donald Trump. Alabama for Donald Trump. Tennessee for Donald Trump. And so some other stuff. Jersey is right now Kamala Harris with the lead in Jersey. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris with the lead. Right now, Kamala Harris is supposed to win Massachusetts. She will win Connecticut and Rhode Island, according to the AP. We're going to some of this stuff, we're going to wait a second and just see. Maryland, Kamala Harris. So, very interesting stuff to see so far. Okay. One that we can go ahead and call. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We got a bunch of callings to do right quick. South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Trump. Okay. And then okay. 0, 0, 0. Okay. So these states that have been the AP's got, we're gonna wait on them for a minute. But there's your total right now. Trump 62, Harris 3. And so very interesting to see so far. Just the way that it's being counted. Again, it's just the counties that are being counted so far. Still a long night to go. Kamala Harris is lead in Ohio, 10-point lead. 25% of the vote being counted. That is crazy to look at. Still a long way to go within these races for the White House. Okay. AP just called Florida for Donald Trump, and I've already had it called for a little bit. So we already were ahead of the game right there. So Donald Trump gets Florida. Now, some other states for Trump that have been called by the AP, they haven't had any reporting going. So we're going to wait a minute and let them get counted. And so, long way to go here tonight. Long way indeed, folks. Okay, we're going to move that table right there. All right. So, right. Of course, we got our station here with all the results that are coming in according to the AP. So we still have a bunch of states that have been called. We're still gonna wait on some of these where the AP with 0% is called. We still want to wait and see what could happen. You never know. Crazier things have happened before. So we will see. Of course, our next poll closing comes in about 25 minutes. Arkansas will be the only one, and they will be closing that 6 electoral votes there. So, okay. Let's go look at that. Let's go look at Virginia real quick. Because Corey made a good point about Virginia. I believe Tim Kaine's the senator. We'll look at this. We will take a dive into this. Excuse me. Okay. So right now, 26% of the vote being counted, but Tim Kaine has a pretty good lead right now in Virginia over Hung Cao. Of course, Tim Kaine, he is the incumbent there in the state of Virginia, so very interesting to look at. So yeah, right now about 8% lead for Tim Kaine. Okay. But again, it's a lot about the counties that are being called. Right now, I mean, Kamala Harris got off to a huge lead in Texas. Now she's only up by 0.5% over Donald Trump in the state of Texas. That's 11% of the vote being counted there in the state of Texas. That's one to watch. That is somehow very close. And Michigan, right now, Kamala Harris, 2% of the vote being coming in, and Kamala Harris has got a big lead in Michigan. But we got a long way to go throughout this night. So, right, 1% there. Okay. Okay. So, still got a long way to go. Just taking a look at all the other places that we have going on right now. A lot of stuff that's interesting. Definitely, I would say, and okay, update, Texas just a moment ago has flipped back to Trump. 16% of the vote being counted there. So Donald Trump now has the lead in Texas. That's 40 electoral votes if he wins. So that's one that you think is a safe Trump state. We will see, of course. As far as Ohio, 31%, Kamala Harris still in the lead. Very interesting there. Kamala Harris, her lead's kind of shrinking a little bit in Pennsylvania. She's still got 68% in Pennsylvania. Of course, as you know, Pennsylvania and Michigan, swing states. So those are interesting because you got 19 for Pennsylvania, you got 15 for Michigan. So that's huge right there. Georgia's a swing state. Donald Trump's got a sizable lead right now in Georgia. So a lot of things interesting here right now. So we're going to wait a few minutes, wait for some of these other states. Of course, like I said, Tennessee and Oklahoma have been called. We're going to wait another couple minutes and just wait and see where they're going before we... Okay, update. Neil Dunn survives. Neil Dunn is going to win in the state of Florida, their 2nd district. Austin Scott, he will win the 8th district in Georgia. Jasmine Crockett elected to the U.S. House in Texas' 30th district. Marjorie Taylor Greene reelected. That's some latest updates that I'm getting right now here on the AP. So, got a lot of interesting stuff going on right now. Washington, D.C., still yet to count any of the votes, so we don't know where they're going yet. Yeah, we got a long way to go here tonight. Kamala Harris, her lead is shrinking in Virginia a little bit. She's only got 51.7% now. So that's one. Like I said, I don't think Trump's going to win that state, but you never know. Something could happen there in Virginia. Yeah. Oh, Kansas now. Trump's got a lead in Kansas. 1% of the vote being counted, 70% for Trump. So that's interesting there. So, okay. We're going to go ahead and call. Okay. Let me look real quick. Make sure. Okay. All right. So with 4% of the vote being counted so far, we're going to go ahead and call Oklahoma for former President Trump. Tennessee will be counted for Trump. So we're still, a lot of the states that Kamala Harris has right now, we're waiting to see. Okay. Alabama's starting to get counted. So, okay. All right. So, here is the ones that we can call. Trump now has 80 to 3 of Kamala Harris. That is, of course, how we believe it should be at the moment. Okay. Of course, we still got a long way to go. 16% of the vote being counted in Texas. Trump with a slight lead there. And then North Carolina, only 8% of the vote being counted. So still a long way to go. Kamala Harris, about 58%, or not 58, goodness, 54% being counted there. 51% for Kamala Harris in Virginia, 29% being counted. Kamala Harris with 5% counting, has a sizable lead in Pennsylvania right now. Very interesting. Ohio, 52%. Kamala Harris with 34. Okay. So Trump making a little bit more ground right now in Ohio. A couple of other interesting notes. Summer Lee from Pennsylvania's 12th district, she will be elected to the U.S. House. Buddy Carter from Georgia's 1st district is elected. And Mark Vesey from Texas' 33rd district, he will be elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. So that's some updates about what's going on. And so we still have a long way to go. About 17 minutes from Arkansas being closing. And right now, Democrat Donald Bayer, he is elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in Virginia's 8th district. So a lot of interesting stuff going on right now. As you can see on the screen, according to Saber Broadcast Network, the way we're calling it, Trump 80, Harris 3. Now, we're going to keep an eye on what's going on so far. Rhode Island, only 1% counting so far. We're still waiting on some of these other states to see how much is being counted. But yeah, Florida is on track to being done counting not very long from now. Not very long at all. So we got a very interesting night ahead. Still very close. Like I said, some of these the AP's already called. We're waiting on. Another interesting note, Matt Gaetz elected to U.S. House in Florida's 1st district. So he is an incumbent. He will return. Brendan Boyle elected to the U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 2nd district. Okay, and then a not-so-shocker right here. Kamala Harris gets off to an early lead in Illinois. So Illinois right now, Kamala Harris off to a lead in Illinois. Not really a shocker there. Illinois is a very Democrat state, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the night. So Trump is making ground in Virginia. Kamala Harris down to 51%, Trump about 47.5%. So very interesting. Also in Texas, Beth Van Dunn elected to U.S. House in Texas 24th District, Republican. So Trump is making ground after really, some of these states really getting down early. We'll wait and see. And again, like in Pennsylvania, it's not like it's very a very big mark. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in Pennsylvania. You would hope that they would be done counting Pennsylvania tonight, but I don't think that's really realistic right now. We'll wait and see. Okay, Kansas so far with the vote flips to Kamala Harris for the moment. So that's interesting. Okay. So we're about 14 minutes from Arkansas being called. All right. While we have a moment, let's go to we're gonna go to commercial and we All right, we are back. Sorry, I had to get up for a second. All right, Missouri, right now, 0% being counted. Trump has a big lead there in Missouri. Let's see. Trump is gaining right now in Ohio, 37% being counted. Kamala Harris, 50.6 to Trump's 48.6. We got a very interesting race in Virginia. We're gonna wait and see. If it's still tight by like 60% of the vote being counted, then this is going to be very interesting coming down to it. Of course, right now we're still waiting to see. All right, let's go ahead. All right, we're going to give 11 total electoral votes, 4 from Rhode Island and 7 from Connecticut to Vice President Harris. So we'll go ahead and call that for her. She will gain 11 more. So there's your current count. So this is very interesting looking at this. Very, very interesting indeed. So yeah, North Carolina, only 10% coming in. Trump is starting to gain a little bit in North Carolina, so that's something to keep an eye on. Yeah, we got a lot of interesting stuff going on right now. New Hampshire, 17% counted. No, or 18%. Not called yet. Still potentially, very interesting there. We will wait and see how that goes the rest of this night with New Hampshire. Of course, some other stuff. Sherry Biggs elected to U.S. House in South Carolina's 3rd District. Lucy McBath elected to U.S. House in Georgia's 6th District. She's a Democrat. And Republican Andy Barr elected to U.S. House in Kentucky's 6th District. That's some other races that are going on at the moment that we can update you on. So right now in the Senate, with the current totals right now, as far as the power so far, Senate is 43 Republican, 34 Democrat. And you look at the House, 43 Republican, 24 Democrat. So very interesting right now to see the balance of power that is playing out right now. But right now, according to Saber Broadcast Network, you've got Trump at 80, Harris at 14. Still like a very long way to go this evening. Like I said, we're planning to be here till midnight or later, giving you election results. So another race that's being called, Democrat Valerie Foushee elected to U.S. House in North Carolina's 4th District. So another race is being called. And then, of course, a note, many voters were unfamiliar with challenger to Rick Scott in Florida. So that's interesting that the AP found there. Still a long way to go here this evening. But Trump is gaining. Kamala Harris only 50% of the vote in Ohio right now. Trump 49.4. It's still a long way to go there. Michigan, Kamala Harris has a nice lead, only 4% being counted so far. So a long night to come. Okay, Trump is closing in Virginia right now. 34% of the vote coming in. And Kamala Harris only 49.8, Trump 48.5. Very close race in Virginia. And then in North Carolina, close race there too. Kamala Harris only 51.2%, 47.8 for former President Trump. So very interesting stuff. Trump, again, 47% of the vote being counted in Georgia. He's got a pretty nice lead right now there in the state of Georgia. We're going to wait and see how that plays out the remainder of this night.
Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now. I'm just, for the rest of the night, I'm going to just not use my microphone or the camera from this A10 Mini. I don't know why we're not getting anything right now. We're just going to put that behind us for the night. If possibly we can get it fixed, I'm not sure. But we will, of course, continue to try to get something working, of course, throughout the night. I do have another microphone I can use right quick if I can grab it. All right. What we're going to do, I'm going to use this microphone. It works pretty good. All right. So you can hear me now, hopefully. Maximum. Okay. So, there we go. Got a microphone. Here we go.
Yep. There we go. Should be able to hear me pretty good with this mic. So, I'm going to go ahead and get my little stand I have for it. All right. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to get this fixed up. Okay. All right, good. That is good to know. Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep fooling around with this for a minute. But of course, we've got some interesting stuff going on right now. These elections. One that I don't remember. Did I say that I counted New Jersey yet? Can't remember if I did or not. But okay. Still working on this, folks. It can be a little bit of a tedious process trying to get these microphones set up and everything. All right. There we go. All right. Here we go. There we go. All right. So we should have some good audio coming from this. Okay. So this is a backup. I mean, you've seen this microphone before. I've had it for a long time. So, I mean, yeah, it's here. I got it working. We're good now. Now. Oh yeah, this works great. Okay, let's see. Was it New Jersey? Yeah, I did call it, but depending on how it does the rest of the night, may switch that. But some news: Kansas has flipped back to Trump for the moment. North Carolina's in Trump's favor. Trump's gaining a little bit in Pennsylvania. Very interesting so far. Okay. We're going to go ahead and call Mississippi for Donald Trump. So Mississippi will go for Trump. Okay. Let's continue looking. Oh. All right. Delaware has been called for Kamala Harris. That's 3 electoral votes. So that is huge for Kamala Harris. She gets the home state of President Biden. So 86-31 so far. So okay. So still got a long way to go here tonight. So one last thing I'm gonna do. I can. Best part about this microphone is I can put my headphones on and hear my audio, see how it's doing right here, right now. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. Oh wow, that's loud. All right, so nice to be able to hear my audio right here. Okay, I don't know why. Okay. All right. So, all right. So, okay. So, Indiana, I'm going to turn this. Well, I'm going to leave it. I'll leave it up for you. Right now, coming from Corey, my producer, Indiana governor's race a lot closer than what we expected it to be. So, that one we're going to wait on calling. And then once 100% of the vote is in, this will be Florida's biggest win by a president since 1988. Donald Trump, this is technically one of his home states. So, but yeah, 56% of the vote going to Donald Trump in Florida. That is very interesting to see. All right. 92% of the vote being counted there in Florida. Man, they're quick. Very, very quick. Okay, Donald Trump called for it in Arkansas. Don't think I called that one yet, so we'll go ahead. Or did I? I think I called Trump. Yeah. Well, I think I did. Hold on. Let me see. Was there another state that I was looking at? I don't. Yeah, I think. Okay. Okay. We'll go look some of these other states. Okay. All right. So Trump is starting to gain a little bit of a lead in Ohio. That's something to keep your eye on there. Okay. All right. Lisa Blunt Rochester. Oh, I forgot. Yes, Lisa Blunt Rochester will become the first black female senator elected in office in the 21st century. that is interesting. And then Kamala Harris has won the state of Illinois. That's 19 electoral votes right there for Illinois. I mean, to be fair, that's not a shocker, I don't think. So, of course, got a long way to go here this evening. And I mean, Trump still holds a slight lead in Virginia, but he is gaining a little bit in Virginia. That's interesting to see. Is him gaining in Virginia? That is very interesting, in my opinion. Of course, he's taking the lead in North Carolina, and he's going back up. He's got 52.6% in North Carolina. So it's all about what counties are called before the others. So that's really the big thing there. So we're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour in about 17 minutes. So we're going to have Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. They will all be fully shut down for the night. We will see how those are going to go. Very interesting stuff. Texas right now, 52% of the vote coming in. Trump with a lead there. 10% for Kansas. Trump with the lead. Missouri, Missouri's looking good. You look at Michigan. This is Kamala Harris up right now. 7% of the vote being counted at this moment. So we still got a long way to go here this evening. Very interesting stuff going on right now. So, all right. I don't think I ever called Massachusetts for Kamala Harris yet, but we're going to go ahead and do it. Meaning that this is getting closer. Angela also Brooks may join her if she wins her Senate seat. So, can't remember which state that was. I'll wait and see if Corey can get me what state that is. But we got a lot of stuff going on right now. Let's see. 33% of the votes being counted in Tennessee. Trump is destroying Kamala Harris so far. But yeah, it's only 33% of the vote being counted so far. So, still a long way to go for both Trump and Harris there in the state of Tennessee. Still a long way to go. So, that's one. We'll wait and see. But yeah, we are just currently waiting on some of these other polls to close, just to get a more full picture. Right now, in the SBN tally, it's 86-61 Donald Trump ahead. But you look at the AP, they got 101-71 Donald Trump. So Trump, no matter which way you go, he's leading right now. Now, as far as, how accurate, we're not, we're going off the AP. So, and of course, as you can see, we're not completely agreeing with everything, but that's just because we're being cautious in the way we call things. We want to make sure we're right before we call these elections, because that's going to be big throughout the rest of this night, to wait and see how this all goes. So, all right. So, update. We're just going to leave the camera and microphone like this for the rest of the night, because I don't know what the deal was with my other stuff, but we're going to just lay that to the side. We'll just continue like this. We'll get it figured out. We are going to we will be here Thursday night for a video. It's going to be pre-recorded but we will have a video Thursday night, college football video. So that is something to keep in mind. We're not leaving yet. I mean, we're staying until midnight tonight doing this, or even later than midnight. So we'll just have to wait and see what this election's doing. I mean, this is going to be crazy for the way that this is going so far. So long night coming for us, but keeping an eye on the country. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's better. Also, right now, in both, okay, Maine itself, right now, has a huge lead for Donald Trump, and their second in their second district, Donald Trump, big, and then their first district, no percentage of the vote has been counted quite yet, so we'll wait and see on that one. Nebraska, of course, we'll wait and see on that one too. So, but Maine, Trump's got a lead there. Very interesting. Okay. But of course, something to keep in mind. I mean, Donald Trump's got a lead right now in Virginia. That is a state that it's at 43% vote. I mean, counted right now. So we'll wait and see. But this is, if you look at the trend, Virginia has, I mean, they got a Republican governor, I believe Republican lieutenant governor. So this is something interesting to look at if you are in the state of Virginia right now. Donald Trump leads in the state of Virginia with 43% of the vote being counted at the moment. So that is interesting. Of course, I'm watching a lot of these other races around the country. So this has been an interesting night. Donald Trump, 62% of the vote being counted in Georgia. Trump, 52% of the vote there in Georgia. So very interesting stuff. We got 11 minutes until the next polls close. And again, those are Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. That is what we are waiting on to be called here at this moment. So, we got a lot to get to here tonight. Folks, this has been a really fast-paced stream, and we're already almost at 2 hours long. So, hey, that's interesting. All right, Pennsylvania 1, 10, and 14 House seats. Republican incumbent struggling against Democrat. Okay, let's look at this for a minute. Okay, we're going to go to Pennsylvania. Right. All right. Gonna wait and let that load. Okay. Okay, let's look. House. All right, so in the first congressional district, Brian Fitzpatrick, he is the current incumbent in Pennsylvania, and right now, Ashley Ehas, she's got a lead. She's got 58% of the vote. 14% of it being counted so far. That's one to keep an eye on. And then you look at the 10th district. All right, Scott Perry struggling there. Janelle Stelson, 65% of the vote, 15% being counted. That's interesting. And then you look at okay, this is a closer race, but Chris Ziotis very closely ahead of Guy Reschenthaler, 52.5 to 47.5. But very interesting stuff going on right now. That's some of those races. Kamala Harris takes the lead back in Kansas. So we'll wait and see. That's only 28% of the vote being counted there in Kansas. So we'll wait and see how that goes. And she's also taken a lead in Missouri too. Only 6% of the vote being counted though. So we'll wait and see on that one. She's still got a lead in Michigan. She's still got a lead in Pennsylvania. She's got a big lead in Pennsylvania. So we'll wait and see how that goes. And here's the thing that's weird. We're gonna wait on Maryland right now. Kamala Harris is called, but she's only got 33% of the vote. But Kamala Harris is called to win this. I mean, we'll wait and see, of course, but that's interesting. But of course, we are continuing to follow all of this. But yeah, 7 more minutes and we'll have some more closings to get to. So, map is filling in. Donald Trump, 86-61. Trump has a lead right now. So, still a long way. I mean, there's still a long way to go here tonight. I mean, nothing is done for sure. But yeah. Okay. Illinois 13-17. All right. We're going to look at Illinois for a minute. Some more House races. So we'll look at Illinois. Alrighty. House 13, 17. All right. Very close race. Nikki Budzinski losing currently to Joshua Lloyd. That's only 2% of the vote being coming in so far right there. And then you look at the 17th district of Illinois. And, oh, wow, this is tight. Joe McGraw only has a 0.6 advantage over Eric Sorensen, the incumbent in Illinois. So that's interesting. Wow, that's close. So, I mean, Trump still leads in Virginia. Trump still leads in North Carolina. I mean, that completely flipped. I mean, I think Kamala Harris started out the night with like 60%, like over 60% in North Carolina. Now Trump's got 54.2. So that is interesting right there in North Carolina. And then Trump up about almost 5 points on Kamala Harris in Ohio. Kamala Harris still has a nice lead right now in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. So those are 2 swing states to keep an eye on. So yeah. Trump's got a lead in Georgia. This is very interesting. 93% of the vote in Florida is coming in, and Trump's got about a 13-point lead right there. That's interesting. So, of course, we got some more stuff we're waiting on right now. So, I'm going to take a moment to breathe. Got a long way to go. Of course, everybody, thanks for joining in. It's been a great night so far. This is about what I think a lot of people thought, and that is it's going to be a close race until the end. And so, yeah, here we are. Very, very tight race right now. So, of course, we're here. We'll be here. We'll be looking at it all, diving into it. We got a couple more minutes until the next callings, but let's take a break. Of course, if you want to, go ahead in the chat. Let me know what you think so far about what's going on right now, and we'll we'll take some of your questions and see what we can answer about it. But yeah, let's go to a commercial break and we'll be right back. All right. We are back. And so, alrighty. All right. So we're back. So here we go. I believe we got some more races we can look at the moment. I believe it's Texas 34. So let's go to Texas real quick. And then, of course, we'll come to we'll talk about what's going on with some of these other states that the polls are closing for the presidency. So we'll update you on that here in just a moment. See, that's 34th district, Texas. Okay. All right, Mayra Flores. She is the Republican challenger right now, taking on incumbent Vicente Gonzalez, the Democrat. Mayra Flores, 72.1% of the vote. So that's interesting right there. So she's got a lead. Oh, it's also a rematch that has been caused by redistricting, if I can say that right. Either way, you get the point. So, yeah, very interesting indeed right there. All right, we're getting some more stuff coming in. Maine, for the moment's flipped to Kamala Harris. And then North Dakota, they've got it called. So right now, Donald Trump with that. South Dakota, they're going to call Donald Trump there. They're going to call Donald Trump in Nebraska. They're going to call Donald Trump in Wyoming. So AP has given them about 120. So we can go ahead. Okay. Oh, in New Mexico, Trump's got a lead in New Mexico here early. Wow. Okay. But it's not very much coming in so far. So that also explains. So, okay. What I'm going to do the rest of the night is I'm just going to, whatever the AP says, I'm just going to go with that. I'm kind of losing track of everything. So, all right. Here is what the AP has. 120 to 99, Donald Trump so far. Still a close election. I mean, it's not a shocker that it's close. I don't think anybody's really shocked about this result here at this point. Iowa, Trump's got a lead in Iowa right now. So that is interesting. So I'm just trying to get adjusted. Sorry about that. So yeah. Of course, we're going to be tracking all this, but Trump, wow. Okay. So right now, I mean, this is interesting. Also in the Senate, Republicans I mean, we still got a long way to go, but the Republicans outnumber the Democrats right now in the Senate 46-35. So we'll wait and see. They also outnumber the Democrats 73-40 in the House. So this is very interesting. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see indeed. All right. Let's go to Alabama 2. We're going to go. And of course, this is from my home state. So interesting. This is so redistricting went on in the state of Alabama. So this is a second district. And this is one that they were really looking at. Caroline Dobson, she has a pretty good lead with only 1% reporting. She's got 78% of the vote, 22% for Shamari Figures. This was when redistricting, this was supposed to encourage African Americans to vote for their choice. So this seat projected likely Democrat, but Republicans are currently leading. So that's interesting. They're in the state of Alabama, where we are right here, right now. So very interesting indeed. We are just past the 8 o'clock hour, folks. So welcome in if you have just joined us. Got a lot going on right now. I mean, we update. I mean, there's just crazy to look at some of the stuff that's going on right now. But yeah, Trump's got a little bit of. I mean, Trump's got a lead in New Mexico. That's interesting. Kansas right now, Kamala Harris with the lead. Missouri, Kamala Harris with the lead. This is interesting. Very interesting indeed here tonight. But right now, it's 120-99 electoral college vote for the Republicans right now. They are in the lead. Donald Trump, the Republican nominee for president. You look at the House right now. You got 75 Republican, 44 Democrat right now. So we'll wait and see how the rest of the night goes with the House. Colorado, Kamala Harris getting out to a lead. 5% being counted. She's got a pretty big lead too. Okay. Okay, so the House now 46 Democrats elected. But yeah, Donald Trump continues with almost half of the vote coming in Ohio. Donald Trump 53.2% in Ohio. Trump still holds a lead with almost half the vote coming in Virginia. He's got 49.9% in Virginia. I mean, that is interesting to look at. And then North Carolina, 40%, Trump with the lead there. Georgia, 66% right there. Donald Trump with the lead. So we still got a long night, but hey, this is very interesting. DC, I don't know, did they just close? No, they've been closed for a while. They just taking forever to count. But yeah, this is interesting for sure. But yeah, our next poll closings are going to be Montana, Nevada, and Utah at the 9 o'clock Central Time hour. So we got a while until that. 10 o'clock, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. 11 o'clock, Hawaii, and then midnight is Alaska. And of course, that's just me calling it from here. Here we go. So Nebraska regular Senate election. Let's go there to Nebraska. Okay. All right. Right now, the incumbent Deb Fisher losing right here with 29% of the vote being tallied. Dan Osborne, the independent. So Dan Osborne with the lead. Also, Pete Ricketts, he has been elected in the special election for the Senate for Nebraska. So Pete Ricketts will be one of the senators there. Okay, the AP has called it. Donald Trump will get the 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio. That is a huge victory because that is 17. All right. Also, getting an update from Corey. Virginia is now too close to call. So, hey, Trump making some leeway there. And then the Senate seat is leaning towards Tim Kaine. Let's go look at that real quick while we have that chance. Okay, we're going to look at this. Virginia, and that is Senator. So let's look at that. But yes, Donald Trump has won Ohio. After what was, I would say, a little bit of a scare, now feels a little bit more comfortable if you're Donald Trump now that Ohio has officially gone back to Trump. So, Tim Kaine, 51% of the vote. He's won to 49% of Hung Cao. But, yes, it's leaning towards Tim Kaine. But this is going to be interesting to see how this goes the rest of the night because this is still close. And Republicans are making a lot of ground. Like, they're doing a good job right now in Virginia. I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed by the way the Republicans have done tonight in Virginia. Very impressed. Democrats, I mean, I'll say this. Very impressed. I know it's 18% of the vote for Kamala Harris, but hey, I will say this. This is interesting that nearly 61% of the vote so far has gone to Kamala Harris there in Pennsylvania. I think that's very interesting for sure. So, but of course, like I said, still a long night to go here tonight. Of course, Colorado, still Kamala Harris in the lead there. But yeah, Donald Trump picks up Ohio, gets him to 137. So if I'm not wrong, he's more than half. He is just a little over halfway to 270. Donald Trump is with 137. Now, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves yet because there is still a lot that can happen here tonight in this election. So we're going to wait and see how this goes right now. Donald Trump, 137. Kamala Harris, 99. Very close race. That is what we have to stress to you, is that this is very close. This is a very close race right now. So, all right. I'm going to go ahead and take the headset off for a minute. Starting to break up a little bit, but we'll be fine there. Okay, so got a lot to look at. New Mexico, Trump's got a lead in New Mexico. That is... And at that, he's got 2% of the vote coming in. He's got a nice lead in New Mexico. That's 5 electoral votes as well. So keep that in mind. This is very interesting right here. But yeah, very interesting to see how this is going. Folks, we got a guest on stream tonight. Got a little friend right here. She wants to say hello. Oh, sweet cat. But yep, she wanted to come say hello. Either way, well, I guess I will see you in a little bit. There you go. All right, we do have another race we can go ahead and call. Donald Trump will get the 40 electoral votes from the state of Texas. So the state of Texas, once again, will vote red and go Donald Trump, meaning that he now is less than 100 electoral votes away from being at 270. Again, we still have a long night to go. But this I think I feel like Trump would be pretty pleased right now with where things stand. So Trump will win the state of Texas. And right now, Wisconsin, Trump's got a huge lead right now with 1% of the vote coming in. He's got a huge lead right now. We'll see how that goes in Wisconsin. Minnesota, Trump's got a lead in Minnesota. Trump has a lead in Iowa. I mean, this is a interesting race. Trump still leads in Virginia. Trump still leads in North Carolina. Trump still has a nice lead in Georgia. Trump's got the lead back in Maine. New Hampshire still hasn't been called, and Kamala Harris has a 10-point lead, but we'll see how that lasts. She still has looks like 21-point advantage over Trump in Pennsylvania, but that's still, we'll see. And she's got about a 6-point advantage against Trump in Michigan. So, still got a long way to go here tonight, but very interesting. Okay. So very interesting, like I said, to see how all this is going. What I want to say too is it's shocking here early the states that you would think are more Democrat are starting to lean more towards the Republican candidate, and then Democrats are getting a little bit like leading right now in the Republican states. So it's very tight right now. This is a very tight race. Although Trump is at 177 and Kamala Harris is at 99, you still never know what's going to happen here tonight. We're still waiting on Arizona to start counting, if they will ever start. Of course, like I said, 9 o'clock hour, which is about 44 minutes away, Montana, Nevada, Utah. So, going to be waiting on those. Of course, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington be later in the night. Hawaii and Alaska as well. Iowa, for the moment, has flipped to Kamala Harris. So we'll wait and see how that goes. All righty. But Trump, like I said, he's got a lead right now overall. So we'll just see how the rest of the night goes for former President Trump. And so right now we kind of have a standstill because the first little bit it was, very, go, go, go. now we're kind of sitting here waiting for results to see how these races are going. Right now in the House, 79 Republican, 56 Democrats. So that's interesting for sure. Also, New York. I haven't even talked about New York tonight, but Harris has a 69.3% to 30.7% for Donald Trump. So that's only 1% of the vote coming in so far in New York. And it has been called too. So that's part of the 99 that's been called for Kamala Harris is New York has been called. So New Hampshire's one that's interesting that hasn't been called yet. We'll wait and see how that goes. But New Hampshire's one that's interesting for sure. But with that, let's go to another commercial break. And we will return in a moment.
Go back up. All right.
We are back. Welcome, Cooper Naylor here with you. And of course, I went go grab me a little something to eat real quick. So, and what we have here, we've got. Let me see if I can get a view right here for the camera. What we have is got some ribs, French fries, and then some cabbage with meatballs and all kinds of good stuff here. Or sausage, I mean. It's sausage. Really good stuff. But, okay. So getting back to the selection, Kamala Harris has taken the lead in New Mexico. So that's interesting. Trump still leads in Minnesota and Wisconsin. And then still leads in Virginia, still leads in North Carolina. Those are just some states I'm just keeping you updated on. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, nice lead, but it is dwindling. So keep an eye on that. With Michigan, kind of sitting at that 53 range is where Kamala Harris is at right now. So we'll wait and see how that goes. So yeah, very interesting indeed. So but as we said, Trump is at 177, Kamala Harris at 99. So we are long way from being done tonight. Okay. So alrighty. Now he's picked up one more, as it looks like the 3rd district of Nebraska has gone Trump. So that's one more added to Trump's belt. So one more electoral vote that puts him at 178. So that's interesting. Other 2 districts in Nebraska are right now Kamala Harris with the lead. Excuse me. That went wrong. Right now, as far as the state of Nebraska, Trump is projected to win that. So very interesting stuff here. Still waiting on Arizona to start, but we'll wait and see. As more than half the map has already been updated. DC, we're still waiting on it. Yeah, Kamala Harris's lead in Pennsylvania, like I said, it's dwindling. It is definitely dwindling because it's now down to 55.9. Trump at 43.1. So that's something to watch because it's getting closer the more it reports. New Hampshire, 38% still has not been called yet. So that's a interesting race. Of course, Maine, still waiting for it to be called.
But yeah, this is interesting. Kamala Harris, a big lead in Iowa right now over Trump. She also has a pretty good advantage right now in Missouri. And she's got a little bit of a lead in Kansas. Trump's kind of, chipping away right there. So we'll see how that goes. Colorado, very interesting. Trump did have a nice lead in New Mexico. Now Kamala Harris with a 4-point advantage. So, but yep, we are sitting here with election results. But Trump with a lead in Minnesota, with a lead in Wisconsin. Very interesting night so far. I just think it's funny how Tim Walz, he's from Minnesota, and as of right now, Trump leads, but we'll wait and see. Okay. But okay, some updates on what's going on other than the presidential election. Bonnie Watson Coleman is elected to U.S. House in New Jersey's 12th district. David Joyce in Ohio's 14th district will be elected to the House. Democrat Kwesi Mufumi elected to the U.S. House in Maryland's 7th. Jamie Raskin elected to Maryland's 8th district, and that's in the House. So, and then update Virginia Senate, Tim Kaine, 50.7% to 49.3% at Hung Cow. We'll see how that goes right there for Virginia Senate. Right now, the House sits at 86 Republican, 63 Democrat. And then Republican Glenn Thompson elected to U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 15th district. Senate still remains at 46-35. Glenn Ivey elected to U.S. House in Maryland's 4th district. So, Tim Kaine's lead is dwindling, though. Keep that in mind. But a lot of interesting stuff here right now. See, Donald Trump in Georgia. This one's probably going to get called here soon because 75% of the vote is in. Trump's got a 5 percentage point lead. So that is interesting. I would not be shocked if it's not soon. But yeah, very interesting stuff right here. Of course, we got some more states that's coming here in less than 30 minutes. House now 87-65, Republican advantage. So Bruce Westerman elected to U.S. House in Arkansas's 4th district. So that's been called. Angela Also Brooks will be elected to U.S. Senate from Maryland. So that has been called. 46-36 now. Republican lead in the Senate.
So right now, kind of just sitting here with the results. Randy Weber, he'll be elected to the House, Texas 14th District. So, of course, like I said, we still got a long way to go here tonight. New Mexico moving back towards moving back to Donald Trump. Interesting. Steny Hoyer elected to U.S. House in Maryland's 5th District. This is very interesting watching this, folks, because, like I said earlier, New Mexico is a state that you would think is more, is a Democrat state. Missouri's one you think's Republican, and hey, so far, either side has lead, and now Kamala Harris takes a lead in Wisconsin. Very interesting. We'll wait and see the result of that. Getting ever so close to the 9 o'clock poll closures. And potentially, depending on how things go, Trump, I mean, I'm not sure if we will know tonight who the winner is, but we'll probably be close to it. This is what I believe. I believe we already know more so far about this election than we did in 2020 at this time. That's just me. I don't know if that's really even an argument right now, but okay, Republicans now at 91 in the House, so good sign for the House. Still got a long way to go, though. Very long way. And so, Wesley Hunt wins in the 38th district. Okay, we're going to wait a few minutes. New Hampshire may be ready to call for Harris. Also, wait on Georgia, see how much Trump has at 80 to 85%. Okay. We will do that. In the House now, Republican 94-67 as far as the balance of power. All right. Notable note, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, has been reelected. They're in the state of Louisiana. All righty. Let's see here. Of course, the lead in Pennsylvania is still dwindling a little bit for Kamala Harris. Still about 8 points up in Michigan, Kamala Harris is. And about less than 4 points in Wisconsin. Iowa, she's got a pretty sizable lead, which is a shocker. Missouri, lead is dwindling a little bit for Kamala Harris there. Oh, wow. It is a dead heat in Kansas. Both have 49.2. Kamala Harris, though, has more votes. And then Colorado, Kamala Harris with the lead. Grace Ming is elected to U.S. House in New York's 6th District. That is being reported by the AP. Republican Michael McCall will win the House in Texas 10th District. But we continue to keep an eye on what is going on around the country. So now balance of power in the Senate is 46-36 still. House 96-68 for Republicans. Republicans right now have a lead in each and every category right now. So very interesting to see this. John Joyce elected to U.S. House in Pennsylvania's 13th District. Okay. I am getting a reminder about that Missouri and Iowa were toss-up states a long time ago, or before the 2010s. So that's good to remember. Kansas now back in Trump's favor for a bit. So, of course, like I said, we're at a moment where we're waiting on some of these races to kind of start calling. Very interesting stuff, though. I mean, Steve Cohen elected to U.S. House in Tennessee's 9th District. So, very interesting indeed. So we continue to watch. Trump, 57% of the vote, and Trump still got a lead in Virginia. 61% of the vote is now North Carolina. Oh, okay, here we go. We got another race to look at. We're going to go to Missouri. I'm going to look at the 2nd District as I wait it to pull up for me. Okay. So right now, the incumbent Ann Wagner in a really tight race with the Democratic challenger Ray Hartman. This one, both candidates have 49.1% of the vote. But as far as the votes, Ann Wagner, 87,218 to 87,187. So very slim margin right here. So we'll see how this goes the rest of this night. Very interesting. But we are at 8:41 local time here in Alabama. Like I said, Montana, Nevada, and Utah, they're coming up at 9 o'clock. So we'll just have to wait and see how those go. But like I said, we got a long way to go. New Mexico, Trump still has a lead in New Mexico. 19% of the vote has been counted. He's got 50.1% there in New Mexico. Right now, Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris still has a lead. Trump still, chewing away at it. Still got a long way to go. Michigan, Trump still in this, still a close race. But Wisconsin's super close. 50.8% for Kamala Harris to 47.7% for Donald Trump in Wisconsin. We'll see how that goes. Okay. All right, let's go to New York. We got a bunch of stuff in New York to look at right now. Okay. We're going to start with New York's 4th district. Very interesting race going on there. Okay. So, Anthony D'Esposito, the incumbent, is currently down to Democratic challenger Laura Gillen. That's 53% to 47%. And then we need, 17th district. Wow, that's a long way. And then current incumbent Mike Lawler in the lead there in the 17th congressional district of New York. And then you got 18. In the 18th, Pat Ryan is way up. 64% to 35%. I mean, that's a lot over Allison Esposito. Pat Ryan, the incumbent. And then we go down to 19. 19. Josh Riley in the lead over Marcus Molinaro right now, 55.9 to 44.1. And then we go to the 22nd district of New York, and John Mannion with a pretty good lead over Brandon Williams, who is the incumbent, 58.3 for John Mannion to 41.7 for Brandon Williams. So, got a long way to go tonight. 15 more minutes until the next poll closures. Still waiting on Arizona to start reporting. Still waiting on D.C. to start reporting. Got a long way to go. And now Pennsylvania's starting to turn into what we thought it was, a swing state. Very close margin, about 3.9 percentage points for Kamala Harris has a lead over Trump. It's getting closer, like I've been saying for the last hour. Kamala Harris about a 6.5 point lead on Donald Trump in Michigan. And then, about 0.9 percentage point over Trump in Wisconsin. So, hey, there is a long way to go. She's got a little under 10-point lead in Iowa. She's got just a 0.1 percentage point lead in Missouri right now. And she leads by over nearly 14 points in Colorado. So, New Hampshire still got a lead. That one we'll wait and see when it's called. Georgia, nearly 80%, and Trump's still up. And, okay, Trump has taken back the lead in Missouri. Trump has taken the lead back in Missouri. So that is interesting to note. Trump still has a lead in Minnesota, which is crazy to think about. And a sizable lead at that, too. Only 1% of the vote counted, though. So, still got a long way to go here tonight. Very, very long way to go. Okay. We are nearing the 9 o'clock hour. So we got a lot still to come. I mean, North Carolina, Trump still got a lead. Trump still got a lead in Virginia. Nearly 60% of the vote coming in Virginia. So that is If Trump wins Virginia, that is going to be a shocker. Because I don't think that's a state many people thought Trump legitimately could win. So, and he's also got a lead in New Mexico, like not a big lead, but a little bit of a lead in New Mexico. So, very interesting right now. And as you can see on your screen, Trump has 178 electoral votes to 99 of Kamala Harris. So, Trump, he's got just under 100 electoral votes to go to get to 270. So, of course, there is still we got a long night ahead of us still, but Trump camp has to be feeling really good so far about these results as of this moment. So we'll wait and see what the next couple hours entail for us. But it's more of just a waiting game at this point. Just kind of waiting and seeing how things go. But the map looks, just a little, it's different than previous years. It just feels like there is this shift in the country that is going on. So we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of this night goes. All right. So also, we do have a call. Donald Trump will win Missouri. So after struggling for a while, Donald Trump will come back and take Missouri. That'll put him at 188. Also, we're waiting on the AP, but right now, it's going to be very hard for Donald Trump to win New Hampshire, but we're going to wait and see what the AP is going to say before we call it. But Trump will win Missouri. That is being called right now. So, like I said, after a little bit of a struggle, Donald Trump will take Missouri, putting him at 188. And there's still, some of these swing states, very interesting to see where they're going, but we'll see. But Trump gaining some edge. He's got 52.1% in North Carolina right now. He's got right at 50% in Virginia. He's got 52.2% in Georgia, 80% being called right now. So, still a long way to go. But Trump has won Missouri, as that is another state that helps him get ever so closer to that 270. And right now, I got to say this. This is nowhere near over, but I will say this. There has to be, I don't know right now, but I have this gut feeling like for Trump, there's got to be this maybe like, okay, this is looking good. And then for Kamala Harris and her camp, this has got to be one of those moments where it's like, okay, this is starting to get a little nerve-wracking. But granted, if you're Kamala Harris, you still got California to go, which most of the time goes Democrat. So if you get California, you get Oregon, you get Washington, and you get Hawaii, you're back in this ball game, and you still got to win these swing states. If you're Kamala Harris, this is not over yet, but I feel like this is getting to a point where it's going to be very close if Kamala Harris wants to win. And if you're Donald Trump, there's a couple of these swing states that you hope go in your favor. And if they do, then this may almost be over. As of course, I mean, Michigan only has 15% counted. Pennsylvania's got 38. Wisconsin's got 32, which that's a close race right there in Wisconsin. Virginia is one that's got 60% counted, and Trump still has a lead in Virginia. North Carolina, Trump still has a lead there. I mean, this is getting close, folks. Trump gaining in Iowa. But we'll wait and see. My producer's saying that possibly Missouri may be a little premature because he said that the counties that Columbia and Springfield reside have yet to be called, which holds a good chunk of Democratic voters. So we'll wait and see on that. Right now, as of right now, Missouri's called for Donald Trump. So we'll wait and see. But very interesting so far. And of course, we got about 6 more minutes till the next poll closing. So, hey, this is interesting. Let's go back to New Mexico, where Trump, 19% of the vote being counted, and Trump still has a lead in New Mexico. Very interesting. Also in the House, right now, Republicans, I mean, right now they're running away with it. They got 110 to 76 right now. Now, of course, we'll just have to wait and see how remainder of the night goes. But as far as the House is concerned, Republicans they're having a good night. In the Senate, Republicans still have a 10-seat edge over the Democrats. The gubernatorial races, Republicans 24-22. So there's only 4 more states in the country that are left. So we'll wait and see how that goes the rest of the night. But as far as president, Donald Trump, I don't think he's disappointed in his performance as of yet tonight. Kamala Harris may be a little more scared for what she sees right now. Of course, Louisiana was called for Donald Trump. I mean, overwhelmingly, Donald Trump is winning in Louisiana. Donald Trump has taken the lead back in Wisconsin. Both Trump and Harris sit at 49.2, but Trump has, of course, more votes with 560, 530, and Kamala Harris with 564, 62. So that's a little update about Wisconsin, Minnesota, and hey, Trump is still way up in Minnesota. Of course, that's way too close to call at this moment because it's only 1% of the vote being counted. But yeah, this is a very interesting situation going on right now. New Hampshire still has not been called yet. Nearly half of the vote being counted. Trump still trying to gain there in Iowa. See how he does the remainder of the night. Colorado, still Kamala Harris with a pretty good lead. Still waiting on Arizona and D.C. like I've been saying for a while. They closed and we're still waiting on them. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But, of course, we got about 3 more minutes until the next poll closings. Let's take a commercial break. And so on the other end, it will be time to close some more polls.
one. Now, you may wonder why we come with this commercial, but it's for a good reason. And that is because Saber Broadcast Network now has an official app. Now, this app, it will give you the ability to basically find our social media pages, which is Rumble and YouTube, so you can easily access that. You got early access to the Saber Broadcast Network poll, and you get to see the game picks records after the games are done on Sunday, whenever we get to it. So, folks, if you want a more updated version, like if you want to see things early as far as the records and as far as the network poll, then you can go to the Saber Broadcast Network app. We'll have that link in the community post, and we'll have it in the description. So, hope you enjoy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And so Montana, Utah, Nevada closed, and they've already called Montana and Utah for Donald Trump. AP's already done it. That'll put Trump at 198, folks, as his tally just continues to go up on what has been, a rather good night for Trump. But we'll wait and see. And Arizona right now, Trump, as they finally are starting to get some of the tally going in, Trump's got a pretty nice lead right now in Arizona. 4% of the vote coming in. Trump's got a lead in Arizona. And so let's add this up. Okay. So I'm going to do the math right here. By the states, if let's say that the states he has a lead in right now, if he were to hold on to them, you got 11 in Arizona, 5 New Mexico, 6 in Kansas, 10 in Minnesota, you got 10 in Wisconsin. He also has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. That is huge for him. Oh. And then let's see. I think I'm almost done. Let's see, 16. I'm going to go ahead and say it. If Trump holds on to the states, which he now also has a lead in Oregon, all I'm going to say is right now, let's hypothetically say he holds on to all the states he has a lead in right now, he's our next president. If he holds on. That is just going off of like right now, how things are going. It is ridiculously crazy to look at this. Trump is having himself a good night. Okay, Pennsylvania back into Kamala Harris's belt for a moment, but it's a very close race now. Michigan's close too. Wisconsin still in Trump's favor. Maine, of course, Nebraska's 3rd district, called a while ago. So yeah, still waiting on the Georgia call. That pretty much, I think that's going to come here in the next few minutes. But yeah, if you're Donald Trump right now, I feel like you're not worried. Iowa back into Trump's favor at the moment. 31% counted. He's now at 49.8 to 48.9 for Kamala Harris. So very interesting right now. If you could hear that. I have some cats that want my ribs. So, but I'm not going to let them have it. It's kind of funny, to be honest. I'm sitting here give you results, and these cats are crying at me like, Cooper, give me some food. I want some food. But I mean, I've got them cat. They've got cat food. They're fine. Oh my goodness. They're trying every which way to get up here. Really funny. Really, really funny right now. Oregon, though, Trump has a sizable lead as of the moment. So here's another one of the kittens that's here. Say hello, Garfield. Hello. But yeah. Yeah, Trump still has a nice lead in Minnesota. The map is starting to really go in Trump's favor. And like I said a minute ago, if this holds on, if all these states that's projected right now for Trump to win, I mean, hey, this is looking like a landslide. And I mean, going into it, okay. If you follow, this is Polymarket. Right now, this is right now, folks. As of right now, Trump has nearly an 85% chance to win the presidency as of right now, according to Polymarket. Now, what is Polymarket? Basically, it's where all these people, they can have all their betting odds and say, hey, this is how I think the election is going to go. So right now, 84.7% of people that have been betting on here say Trump is going to win the election. That's almost like a guarantee Trump's going to win. And folks, I mean, hey, this is crazy. Because you go back and look, it was a rather close race against Hillary Clinton in 2016, 8 years ago. Of course, 2020 was very close. This is on track to be a landslide Trump victory if all this holds out. Now, if it doesn't hold out, then we got a different story. But this is also not your typical election, too. You got, like I said at the beginning, you got two candidates who truly, I mean, they've been in the White House, whether being vice president or president, for the past, 8 years. So you have an idea of where they stand. Okay, I gotta fix one of my cables right here that the cats have been messing with. There we go. All right, there we go. Got it all taken care of. Just making sure that my computer stays charged up. But yeah, folks, we may be able to get out of here early because the way things are headed. Okay, Colorado. Their 10 electoral votes have been called for Kamala Harris. And I mean, not exactly a shocker here. Kamala Harris getting to 109 in the Electoral College. Not really, whichever way you feel right now, that's not really a shocker, to be honest. Colorado's not really a swing state. It's now more of a safe Democrat. But right now, Trump still holds a lead in Virginia, still holds a lead in North Carolina, has the lead. He's had the lead in Georgia pretty much the whole night. He's got the lead in Pennsylvania. Got the lead in Wisconsin. Got the lead in Minnesota. Got the lead in Iowa. And so, yes, that's the Cats again. They are crazy. Kansas, he's starting to get out to a pretty nice lead. New Mexico, he's got a lead. They are neck and neck in Arizona. Oregon, for some reason, he's got a lead. I mean, this is a incredible. I mean, if you're a Republican, this is an incredible sight for Donald Trump. If you are a Democrat, this is not a sight you want to see. If you are a Kamala Harris voter, this is really not a good sight. Not a good sight at all tonight. Lot of red right now on this map. A lot of red. So, of course, Nevada, we're still waiting on them, waiting on their reporting. They haven't quite started reporting quite yet. So that's one that was projected to go to Donald Trump. Let's see. Right now, I mean, this is really at a point where we will have to wait and see. Trump is very close to Harris in Michigan. I mean, that one's not over. Harris has 50%. Trump has 48.3 in Michigan right now. So there's still time for Trump to catch up there in Michigan. Okay, DC has started reporting. 92% of it is Kamala Harris. Won't be shocked if that one is called here in the next few minutes. So we'll wait and see on that one. But of course, next polls to close, as I've mentioned before, 10 o'clock hour, California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. Those will be closed. So Oregon's getting a couple of little spots calling early, or some of their spots. I think part of their state is in mountain time zones, so that's part of why that is going on. So, hello. Here you go. And so, yep, got some cats that are being a little goofy. There we go. As you can see, those babies are tiny enough where you can just easily pick them up and move them. Trump now, I mean, he's starting to gain in Pennsylvania. He's got 50.5% in Pennsylvania right now. 50.6 in Wisconsin for Trump. Yeah, he is really starting to pick up the later the night goes, and so have to wait and see. Right now, Trump, as I said, he sits at 198, and now Kamala Harris has taken a lead in Arizona. That is interesting. 48% of the vote has been counted, and Kamala Harris has 50% to Donald Trump's 49.1. So we still got a long way to go in Arizona. So we'll wait and see on that one. And now Wisconsin flips back to Kamala Harris for a little bit. So maybe a little bit of life for the Harris campaign. And now, interesting. So they had Trump winning in Oregon at the moment, but now they're taking that away. That's interesting. Interesting. So we're still just waiting. Okay. Yep. Trump's got a lead in Pennsylvania. 65% reporting in Virginia, and Trump still got a lead there. North Carolina, he's got a lead. Well, folks, let's go to another commercial break real quick, and we'll come back and give you more results. So we'll be back.
All right. We are
Back right here on Saber Broadcast Network. And so here we are. All right. So while I was away, Kamala Harris taking a little lead in New Mexico for a moment. It was a little shocking that Trump had a lead in New Mexico. So, probably not a shocker there. Of course, still haven't heard anything from Nevada yet. So we'll wait and see how that goes. DC won't be shocked if they got 74% of the vote counted there. So that one will probably be called here in the next few minutes. Same for New Hampshire, I would think. Michigan's very close right now. But yeah, this is a really interesting race right now. Kamala Harris now has a 52% lead in New Mexico. She also has 50% in Arizona. This is really getting interesting here. Swing states in New Mexico, I mean, definitely Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, New Mexico. Those are really the four I'm looking at right now as like really it could go any which way at this moment that you could ever expect. And so, like I said, very close race right now. I'm shocked Georgia still hasn't been called. I mean, Trump's got 51.9% there in Georgia. Again, like I said, we're going off AP results. So Trump's got 52.5 in North Carolina. He's got 49.5 in Virginia. I mean, Trump getting Virginia is going to be, if he holds on, that is one that I think George W. Bush was the last Republican candidate to win Virginia. You can, whoever's in the chat can correct me on that one, but I'm pretty sure it was George W. Bush that got Virginia last for a Republican. So it's been a long time. And so, as you can see, okay, DC has been called for Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris will add 3 more electoral votes to her arsenal here, making it Trump 198, Harris 112. Now I'll look here in the chat. Okay, 2004. That's what I was thinking is 2004. So it's a long time for a Republican to not win Virginia. And again, it really goes to show, like, you know, it goes to show that here in the last few years, the trend. But okay, new update. Speaking of Virginia, okay, Kamala Harris now has a slight lead. She's really okay. She's got 49.4% now of the vote in Virginia. So if she holds on, this is really just, it took her a while, but she's finally getting there in Virginia. But still, I mean, I'm going to say this right now. I don't think this one's going to come down to, like, it's going to be in the 90% votes counted that I believe this is going to get called. This is not getting called anytime soon, because this is way too close. Michigan, update there. Harris only up. She's got 49.9% there. Donald Trump 48.4%. So this is getting interesting here. Arizona, Harris, slight lead just by 0.9. Harris up, has a pretty good, I mean, she's got 51.7% in New Mexico to 46.5 for Donald Trump. Like I said, DC has gone to Kamala Harris. Right now, Trump's got the lead in Pennsylvania. So this is getting to a point where it's very interesting. Trump has a nice lead right now, but we're gonna wait and see. Okay. Just to give you a little bit of an information, but according to Polymarket, right now, Donald Trump has an 87.8% chance to win the election. That's Polymarket. Just giving you some information from some more sources here. Okay. So yeah, we are 9:23. Okay. Like I said, next poll closures: California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. That's the next one's coming up at 10 p.m. Central Time. Of course, at 11 p.m. Central Time, only Hawaii, and then at midnight Central Time, Alaska will call. And so we're gonna see this. potentially we may get, I mean, if things hold out for Donald Trump, then this could be called somewhere. I mean, Trump could end up becoming president sometime here in the next few hours. That's what we're looking at right now. The trend of how things are going for former President Trump. And it'll be interesting to see, like, why some of these people voted the way they did. I feel like it's going to be very interesting. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to get voters' opinions on, okay, here's why I didn't vote for Kamala Harris, or here's why I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Here's why I voted for Trump. Here's why I voted for Kamala Harris. That's going to be interesting because I think we're getting to a point where it's like, I mean, there's still a point where this could be, Kamala Harris could win this and find a way, but it is starting to feel like Trump is taking a sizable lead right now. So we'll just wait and see right now. Okay, I'm interested because it has been a little bit I want to go back to Virginia and see how that race for the Senate seat between Tim Kaine and Hung Kao. That one I think was very interesting, and so I want to go back to that and see how that's going because I think that this is going to be, I think it's interesting. Okay. Still no call. Tim Kaine has 51.8% of the vote to Hung Kao's 48.2%. So that is where it stands right now. President election in Virginia, still 0.4 difference in the state. Kamala Harris with a lead for now. We will see how that goes. You look at the House right now, Republicans have 131 to 89 of the Democrats. Senate, 47 Republicans and 36 Democrats. So very interesting here. Very close race in Virginia, very close race in New Hampshire, very close in New Mexico, very close in Arizona, very close in Michigan. And so, of course, more House races being called. Brian Babin from Texas, he secures his spot. Julia Letlow, Tony Gonzalez, Terry Sewell. So right now sits at 133 to 89. Republicans in favor in the House. But yeah, still waiting on Nevada. I mean, they closed about 27 minutes ago, so just have to wait and see what the deal is there. And so Trump is gaining in Michigan, though. Kamala Harris only has 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 48.8%. Very interesting indeed. And I mean, I feel like it's going to be Kamala Harris in New Hampshire. We're just waiting to see that get called. Josh Hawley is returning to the Senate from Missouri. So that's interesting. Kansas hasn't been called yet. They got 60% of the votes counted. Now, I got both of these cats right over here. I guess they're interested in what's going on with the election. Interesting. I'm going to put them in the floor. All right. So still keeping an eye on what is going on around the country. Mike Carey from Ohio, he will be elected into the U.S. House of Representatives. So, And then Arizona has flipped back to Donald Trump. He's got 49.7% of the vote right now. Nearly 50% of the votes have been counted in Arizona. Trump with a 0.2 percentage point edge right now. And Kamala Harris getting a pretty good lead in New Mexico. So, but yeah, Michigan's getting very close, folks. And again, I mean, very tight right now in these swing states. Virginia, still, I mean, 0.4 difference. I mean, 68% of the vote's been counted. And hey, this is a very close race in Virginia. What gains are there in Pennsylvania? Okay. So Donald Trump, he's now at 51.1% in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris at 48%. Now, if we go back to where it started at the beginning of the night, Kamala Harris had like 70% when they first started counting the votes. So Kamala Harris has dropped majorly. That's 56% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania right now. So there's still a long way to go with Pennsylvania, but we'll see how that ends up. Again, Michigan, Kamala Harris only up by 0.3 in this race. That's only 22% of the vote being counted so far. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Virginia, still very close. 68% has been counted there, but very, very close. And so Maine Kamala Harris has the lead in Maine again. We'll wait and see how that goes. Of course, she's got 50.3% to 47.6% to Trump. So, still a long way to go. Only 0.2 difference right now in Michigan with Kamala Harris in the lead. So, what I'm going to try to do, I guess I need to try to get... I'm going to try to get the map pulled up here. I think that would probably be the best way for y'all to see this. If I can get the map pulled up. Okay. Let's see, geographic. Here we go. And now it looks like Donald Trump has taken the lead back in New Mexico. Okay. Do I think Trump's going to win Iowa? Right now, I mean, I feel like it's... I don't know if I want to say he's going to win yet, but it is looking likely, in my opinion. Let me real quick. I'm going to... I finally got this pulled up so that y'all can see the map. Okay. There we go. All right. I'm going to go full screen on the map. I think that'll be fair to y'all so y'all can get an idea of what's going on right now. So, yeah. Let's see. So here is the map. As you can see right here, if that's showing up good, Iowa, 54.2% Donald Trump to 44.4% for Kamala Harris there. So it is getting very close. Okay. New Mexico, as you can see, Kamala Harris taking the lead back and pretty commandingly too. So that's interesting. 53.6% there for Kamala Harris, 44.5% for Donald Trump. Okay, also another thing to mention: a close race for the gubernatorial seat in New Hampshire, it is going red. Kelly Ayotte will be the governor of New Hampshire. Barry Moore wins his seat in the U.S. House of Representatives for Alabama. So, very interesting here. Very, very interesting indeed. So, as you can see, you get an idea of what the map looks like. I'm going to do this. There we go. Yeah, I like this. There we go. So you can see both me and the map. I think that's a good way to do it. Pat Ryan elected to U.S. House in New York's 18th district. So interesting stuff going on right now. So I don't think anything's really changed drastically. No, it hasn't. Still 198, 112, Donald Trump right now. If you look at Virginia, it is still very close. I mean, I'm still not going to say that this is going to be like, I don't want to, I would personally not call this yet. Just, I mean, I'd leave it like it is. Just let's see what the rest of the vote tells us because it's very close. It is incredibly close right now in Virginia. Yeah, I'm still not sure why New Hampshire hasn't been called yet. I mean, it is close, but we'll wait and see. Maine, very close to New Mexico. Okay, and this, I'm guessing, went Trump for a moment. I completely zoned out on Michigan, but Michigan now 49.2% Kamala Harris. So, of course, a lot of information coming in. Okay. So Republicans having a good night in the U.S. House of Representatives, as I've mentioned before. Governors. I think there's only, if I believe correctly, only 2 more gubernatorial races left to be called. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. So, but yeah, as you can see on the map, it is very close here this evening. Of course, as you can see, I'm going by the AP results. So I know I've mentioned that a bunch of times, but that's just where I'm going off of AP. So yeah, Michigan. Still, I mean, this is close. Here's this is probably going to be what it's looking like. This is one of the closest races so far. Pennsylvania, how is it doing? Trump's 51%. I mean, 57% of the vote has been counted. Trump's only been going up since the beginning of the votes being tallied tonight in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, it's been good night for Trump. Virginia's still so close. This is interesting. And of course, North Carolina, I'm waiting to see. 84% of the votes been counted. We'll wait and see how much longer it takes until they announce a winner there in North Carolina. Georgia, I'm shocked they haven't called this yet. I mean, 88% of the votes been counted. Trump is, heavily in the lead. I mean, not heavily, but like he's got a good lead here, 51.3 to 48.1 at this point in the election. So this one will probably get called here in the next few minutes. Arizona, it's just neck and neck in Arizona right now. I mean, incredible stuff right now. So that is the map right now. It is just ridiculously close right now. I mean, folks, we're in for very interesting night as I try to blow this, make the text larger for you. Let's see. I'm going to see if that did anything. Okay. You can't see. Okay. We'll stick with that. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So Virginia, still very close. Gary Palmer has won his seat. Okay. Donald Trump gets the 6 electoral votes in Kansas. So Donald Trump is over 200. And at this point, folks, now that he's over 200, Kamala Harris has a long way to go. We'll wait and see, but this is looking a lot like a Trump victory tonight. Of course, I'm not going to try to get ahead of myself, but this is looking like a very comfortable lead if you are Donald Trump tonight. For the Republican Party, this is looking good. Okay, another call. 6 electoral votes. Iowa has gone Trump. So I think it's Spider-Man was the name here in the chat. I'm going to pull this up real quick because this is interesting. Because you asked me about me if I wanted to know if I think Trump's going to win. I wanted to make sure before I said anything. Now it's official. Donald Trump has won Iowa. So, with that being said, Trump only needs 60 electoral votes. So, folks, let's see where this could come. Okay, 16, 32. Okay, right there, he only needs 28. Where's he going to get? He could get 19 from Pennsylvania. He's got Michigan right now. He's got Wisconsin right now. I got to tell you, I'm not going to sit up here and say this election's over, but this is looking very promising if you are someone who is a Republican voter. This is looking really good. You only need 60 electoral votes to go to get to 270 tonight. And by the way this map looks, this is a pretty good night for Donald Trump. All right, we are 18 minutes from 4 more closures at the polls. Again, I've mentioned this before. California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. They are all in the Pacific Northwest in that area. Well, just in the Pacific in general. And then, of course, Hawaii and Alaska late tonight here on the Central Time Zone. It is 9:43 local time here, and I got to be honest, I don't think I truly envisioned the election being this way. Which, here's Virginia. It is looking like Kamala Harris may end up winning Virginia, but I don't know if much of this. I don't know how much it's going to take, but it's going to take a lot for Kamala Harris to come back and win this, I think. And right now, I'm going to check Polymarket just to give you some betting odds. Yeah, Trump's got a 92.2% chance to win. Kamala Harris, 8.2. So people are looking at it and being like, okay, looks like Trump is on his way. New Hampshire still hasn't been called. Maine still counting the votes. Yeah, we still got a little bit left. But if I look at this from right now, I think the only swing state that I haven't seen get called yet. Well, I mean, as far as counting the votes, is Nevada. The thing is, it may not, depending on how this goes, it may not matter what the rest of the Western states do because Donald Trump is well in the lead here. So this is very interesting. Had to get me a sip of water right there. But this map, yeah, we are been going at it for almost 4 hours now, and this is, I mean, this is definitely not what I thought we were going to get tonight. And like I said, it's not over. We'll wait and see. But like I said, U.S. House Representatives, Republicans they are doing really good. Really, really good tonight. Senate, Republicans are at 48. They're looking like they could potentially get to that 50. Because here's the thing. Republicans, if Donald Trump is elected president, Republicans they only have to get 50 Senate members, because then it would mean that JD Vance would get the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. Also, just now, Kamala Harris wins Maine's 1st district, meaning that she will gain one more electoral vote. So 210, 113 right now in the Electoral College. Very interesting night that we've been seeing here. Let's see. Virginia. Yeah, the more and more it keeps going, I feel like this is going to be Kamala Harris winning Virginia. By the way, the trend is going. Pennsylvania, Trump, doing pretty good there. Michigan, Trump getting a nice lead there. Wisconsin, Trump. Minnesota. Now this is crazy. If Trump holds on to Minnesota, the Republican nominee has not won Minnesota since, I believe, 1972. I believe Richard Nixon was the last Republican candidate for president to win Minnesota. Ronald Reagan couldn't even do it back when he basically swept the whole country. That's how insane this is. Arizona, Trump's still got a 0.2 lead with half the vote coming in so far in Arizona. Very interesting so far. And we'll be keeping an eye on I'm going to keep an eye and see like if these candidates have announced any kind of like concession of any sort. We'll wait and see. But yeah, this has been wild. Right now I'm just scrolling through. I'm going to search and just Google Donald Trump and Google Kamala Harris and just see what we get. So, very tight. I thought this would be tighter. Okay. So still not any kind of any closure. I mean, not any kind of calls quite yet on this map. I don't feel like we're going to have anything for the next until after 10 o'clock. Of course, we're waiting to see. And I mean, I haven't really seen anything. Okay. Haven't really seen anything about either candidate right yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, we still got a little bit of a way to go. House of Representatives now up to 145 Republican, 96 Democrat, Senate 48 Republican, 37 Democrat, and then of course Trump has 210 electoral votes to 113 of Kamala Harris. And so we are right now, we're just waiting, watching, and seeing how this is going to go. I mean, 90% of the vote has been counted in Georgia. I'm just shocked this has not got called yet. Trump, 85% in North Carolina. I'm shocked this hasn't been called yet. We're just waiting until we see anything. Virginia's got 73%. Kamala Harris is at the 50% mark. Yeah, I'll say this. I think Georgia and North Carolina, it's got to be soon that they're going to get called. And I feel like it's going to be Trump. Trump's going to get those two. That's going to be 32 electoral votes. That's going to put him at 242, meaning that he only has to get 28 more. Meaning that if he gets, for instance, if he were to get both Pennsylvania and Michigan, this thing's over. Okay, that means Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia. It's over. I would think. Well, you'd probably have to get Wisconsin or Minnesota or Arizona, like another state probably. But you get my point. With the way it's going tonight, Donald Trump is I feel like he's very comfortable right now, as he may end up being, he may be, ready to go back to the White House January 20th. But yeah, House of Representatives, 146-96 Republicans. And then right now, U.S. Senate still 48-37. So very tight as far as House and Senate. Well, Senate's very tight. House has been a runaway so far for the Republicans. So 148-96 now for Republicans in the House. So just sitting here and waiting on these results to come in. Okay. I am going to, real quick, we're going to take a break, and we are going to, of course, we're going to come back and have some more election results. All right, welcome back, everybody. We do have an update on the U.S. House of Representatives. 2 more Republicans have made their way to the U.S. House of Representatives, putting the Republicans at 150. So that is okay. Republicans have 150, Democrats have 96 in the House right now. So that is where we sit as far as the House is concerned. We are still waiting on more results for the presidency. Folks, I got to be honest with you. I still do not understand why there's 90% of the vote counted and why Trump has not been called for Georgia. And then another one is North Carolina, 86%. Trump has a lead. I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait. Another Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin. He is making his way to the U.S. House of Representatives. Only 2 more gubernatorial races left. And Republicans will have, as far as governors, Republicans will have the advantage. Jennifer McClellan, a Democrat, will be headed to the House. Okay. You look at Virginia right now, it's still close, but way it's going, I think Kamala Harris will take Virginia. I think it was a close race that I think Donald Trump really did really good in Virginia. I really am impressed with his performance there. So that's not a, he did good. 66% counted in Pennsylvania. Another Democrat will head to the U.S. House of Representatives. Trump getting a lead now in Michigan. Wisconsin got a little bit of a lead. Only 9% in Minnesota. How? Wow. Trump's got 61.2% in Minnesota, and 9% of the vote's been counted. This is actually crazy to think about. Arizona, still 0.2. I mean, we'll see. I think most of what's fixing to come, we're fixing to count it here in the next few minutes because it is 9:57 local time here in Alabama. So, I think we're still waiting on the 10 o'clock hour. I think that's when the next set of basically the points I feel like are coming here in the next few minutes. Rob Whitman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, Virginia's 1st District, making that 152 Republicans in the House. Of course, if you remember me talking earlier, Kamala had Ohio for a while. She had Iowa. She had Wisconsin. She had Missouri. She had Kansas. She had Arizona for a little bit. And somehow Trump has found a way to really make this interesting. And, I mean, he's got 210 electoral votes right now, according to the AP. And votes are still coming in. But it's going to be... I mean, Trump, he's just got to hold on to these states he's got right now, win them, and then he's got the 270. Which is just... it is wild that it's 9:59 here. A couple of years ago, at this point, there was no way of knowing who won. So, to be at 10 o'clock now, it's pretty good. Also, for those of you, the popular vote doesn't really, it matters, but it doesn't matter. Either way, Trump has a good advantage in the popular vote as well. So if that's something you keep up with, then yeah, Trump's got that as well. But we're just sitting here waiting. And so another Democrat. So we got more news coming from the U.S. House of Representatives. Sean Casten, elected to the U.S. House in Illinois' 6th District. Seth Magaziner. And it looks like, okay, so there is a call. Kamala Harris has been called to get California. So that'll put her at 167, getting her a little bit closer. Okay. Okay, Trump's got 214. He gets Idaho, and then, of course, Kamala Harris will get Washington's electoral votes now that it's 10 o'clock. So now a little bit closer, but still, I mean, I don't think Trump's really worrying here at this moment. He just has to hold on to these states that he's waiting on. If he does, then he's fine. So still just awaiting for this. I mean, California, still, we'll wait and see. But California been called for Kamala Harris. Washington called for Kamala Harris, and then Idaho called for Donald Trump. So I mean, you kind of figured though also with California, I mean, it's 54 electoral votes. That would help you get there. Nevada's the one that we're still waiting on. The way their elections are set up, it takes quite a while, so we'll just wait and see. But yeah, this has been very interesting. You see the House of Representatives, Republicans have 50 more than Democrats. 11, they have 9 more in the Senate than the Democrats, and right now Kamala Harris has a lead in Oregon. That would be 8 more if she were to win it. Okay. 74% in Virginia has been counted. Still waiting to see when they will call that. Still waiting to see if they're going to call North Carolina anytime soon or Georgia anytime soon. You would think they would. We'll wait and see. New Hampshire, just waiting and seeing. Maine, kind of same thing. But yeah. Right now, just kind of just sitting here waiting to see. Max Miller, he will win the U.S. House in Ohio's 7th District, putting the Republicans at 156 members of the House. So, another call. Ron Estes, elected to the U.S. House in Kansas' 4th District, putting the Republicans at 157 in the House. So, let's just say if Donald Trump becomes president, then he would be only the 2nd president in U.S. history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Only other president was Democrat Grover Cleveland back in the late 1800s. That is the only man ever to serve 2 non-consecutive terms as president in the United States of America. Donald Trump looks like he could potentially be on his way to being the second to do so. Of course, Vice President Harris, still an opportunity to gain some ground, but it's getting late, and some of these swing states are looking really good for Donald Trump. I would say Donald Trump has got to feel very comfortable right now, but while also being aware of the situation that there is at the moment. So, of course, just gonna 10:06 local time. And Dusty Johnson is elected to U.S. House in South Dakota's 1st District. That puts another Republican in the House of Representatives. So, very, very interesting. We have been going for over 4 hours now. So, very happy you've decided to tune in with us. And like I said at the beginning, my goal for tonight was to give you the results for the election. And I hope I've done that. Of course, you can let me know after the show's over whether or not I fulfilled that for you. Because a lot of times the media, you're going to have one side. Like if you go to like Fox News, if their candidate didn't win, you'd have a lot of crying. Or if you go to CNN, if their candidate didn't win, you'd have a lot of crying because they're so partisan. But here's the thing. I wanted to be nonpartisan and give you just the results and, just be a middle ground kind of coverage. So hopefully we gave you that here tonight. So we got some more calls. Veronica Escobar will be headed to the U.S. House. Michelle Fishback will head to the House. And then Benny Thompson returns to the House. That makes it 159 Republicans to 107 Democrats in the House of Representatives. And Ashley Henson will make it 160 for the Republicans in the House. So, got these being called. And so, still a long way to go here tonight. And so, we'll see. Of course, we're going to take a look at the swing states again. 88% in Georgia being called or counted. 88 in North Carolina. So both of them, I don't know. It's not going to be too long, I don't think, before they call them. And I've been saying that for a while, but I don't understand why the wait for so long. I don't know. Pennsylvania getting closer to being called, and Donald Trump with a nice lead. Kamala Harris is down in Michigan, 30% being counted, 62% in Wisconsin. Donald Trump with the lead. Minnesota's got 12%, and Trump with a big lead. Arizona, 50% still, and Donald Trump in the lead. Lloyd Smucker will head to the U.S. House, making it 161 for Republicans in the House. Nevada still hasn't gotten anything counted, so wait and see what. And then Stephen Lynch will head to the U.S. House for the Democrats. Well, folks, we are still waiting and waiting. It can't, I still don't think it's going to be too long until Georgia and North Carolina is called. Those two especially. We've been waiting all night. I don't understand why we haven't had it called yet. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah. Ooh, goodness. Okay. Mikey Sherrill will be headed to the U.S. House from New Jersey's 11th District. So that's just more on the U.S. House of Representatives. And one race that I've been watching all night that is not the presidency was Tim Kaine and Hun Cao. I'm thinking, okay, 74% of the vote has come in, and Tim Kaine's got a nice lead right now. So it's probably getting closer to done, if I shall say so myself. Suzanne Bonamiki will be headed to the U.S. House from Oregon's 1st District, making it 161, 110 Republicans in the House. All right, let's go to President. So right now, we are just waiting. Just waiting. And so, okay. Some of the, like I said, we'll just wait and see. Maxine Dexter will be headed to the U.S. House of Representatives, Democrat, Oregon. So, all right. Still sitting at 214, 179 in the Electoral College right now. So we just wait, as this is the slower part of the night. And it doesn't even look like there's a much actually being counted right now. So we're going to wait and see. But either way. Yep. So we still sit at 214, 179. As of right now, Republicans get another seat in the House of Representatives. So very interesting. And again, we just sit here and wait for just waiting on something to be called. Yep. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take a break for a second. And we're going to come back and have some more.
Hello, everyone. Now, you may wonder why we come with this commercial, but it's for a good reason. And that is because Saber Broadcast Network now has an official app. Now, this app, it will give you the ability to basically find our social media pages, which is Rumble and YouTube, so you can easily access that. You got early access to the Saber Broadcast Network poll, and you get to see the game picks records after the games are done on Sunday, whenever we get to it. So, folks, if you want a more updated version, like if you want to see things early as far as the records and as far as the network poll, then you can go to the Saber Broadcast Network app. We'll have that link in the community post, and we'll have it in the description. So, hope you enjoy.
All right. Let's take one more commercial, and then we'll be right back. All right. So we still await some more calls within the election. And so still got a lot more to go. Of course, we have been here since 6 o'clock this evening. And so very very pleased that you could join us. Latest from Poly Market as to who's going to win. Trump's got 94% chance to win from Poly Market, 5.8% for Kamala Harris. And so, again, it looks we're still waiting on North Carolina and Georgia. Like I've been saying, I think they're the next two to get called. So just kind of just waiting it out. And there we go. There we go. North Carolina has been called. I knew it had to come. It had to be soon. And there it goes. Donald Trump has taken North Carolina. Now sitting 40 electoral votes away from the White House. If you are a Republican, that was a good sign. You finally got North Carolina to go. And I got to tell you, Georgia's going to be soon. Georgia's got to be in the next few minutes, I've got to think. Because they right now have got 90% reporting. Let me just show you. I got the election results pulled up on both of my computers. But okay, look. Georgia, 90% of the votes have been counted. 51% Donald Trump, 48.3% Kamala Harris. It's got to go for Trump here in the next few minutes, I think. Because if North Carolina just called, Georgia's got to be next. I mean, I just have to think Georgia's going to be next because, like I said, people have been waiting, and so I'm thinking Georgia's going next. Trump only needs 40 more. 40 more, folks. In the race for the House, Republicans 166 to 113 currently. But 40 minutes from now, Hawaii will be closing, and we'll see how they go. And then about an hour and 40 minutes from now will be Alaska. But depending on how things go, we may not have to be here till midnight because Trump could get the 40 electoral votes he needs, and it could be over, and I may not have to be here till midnight. So we'll wait and see about that. But Georgia is very, very close. 90% of the vote has been counted. It's got to be close. But North Carolina, Trump, he's got 50.8% of the vote right now, and he will take North Carolina. Pennsylvania, 76% has been counted. He's got 51.1 in Pennsylvania, 52% in Michigan now with 31% of the vote counted, 65% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. He's got 50.7. Minnesota, he's got 61% on 16% of the votes counted. So Arizona, still 50% of the votes counted. So we're just sitting here waiting. Trump has 230 to 179 of Kamala Harris. But yep, we just continue watching. Just watching it. And so, see, Georgia still got 90%. I mean, I don't know what's the weight on Georgia. I'm just being honest with you. I've been saying that for a while. Yep. We still have a little while to go. And it looks like Kamala Harris has picked up some state. Okay, she picked up Oregon. Yep. Kamala Harris has picked up Oregon to add to her bank of states. Oregon is now Kamala Harris's. Still a long way to go if you're Kamala Harris. You still preferably you need to get all these swing states. Pretty much, you need to get the swing states, all of them. But at this point, it's going to be interesting to see if Trump holds on. But very interesting here tonight. But a lot of red on this map here tonight. Lots and lots of red. In the Senate, Republicans have an 8-point advantage, or 8-seat advantage, 48-40 right now for the Republicans. They just got to get 2 more. And then if they get Trump and Vance in there, Vance would be the tie-breaking vote. So, legitimately, they just have to get 2 more. So, North Carolina is one of the looks like one of the first swing states to go, and it was Trump's. Trump would take North Carolina. All right. But yet we still have a little bit to go right here, right now. (10:26) in the evening. So, still, like I said before, I mean, I am waiting on Georgia. 91% has now been counted for. I still don't know what is the holdup with Georgia. I would think Georgia would have gone ahead. Well, since I have this computer right here, I'm gonna go. I might as well. I'm gonna just scroll here. I'm gonna select Georgia. I'm gonna look at this. I want to see if it's just by the counties that they're waiting on. If that's the problem here, why we still sit here waiting on Georgia? Okay, what it looks like is there's still a lot of ballots not counted, like in parts of some of these other counties here in Georgia. There's like 80% in Gwinnett County, 75% DeKalb County, Georgia, 77% in Henry County. Okay. So that's really the big thing is like some of these counties in the state of Georgia just haven't been able to account for much of the vote yet. So 187 for Kamala Harris, 230 for Donald Trump. As we still sit here, still got a little bit to go. But we're coming up on 10:30 here in Alabama. And what has been a interesting election that I think most everyone is keeping their eye on. So Georgia is what we're waiting on. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, New Mexico. New Hampshire still hasn't called yet. Neither has Maine. And see, all the votes are not going to be tallied tonight, but just wait. Senate, Republicans are now at 49, meaning that they need 2 more to completely get the majority, but they need one more just to have, if Trump wins, then they would have the majority because they'd have the tie-breaking vote with J.D. Vance. So, again, as you can see on the map, we are still just waiting in general. But, of course, a few minutes ago, if you didn't already see it, North Carolina has gone Trump. And now, 46% of the vote coming in Minnesota, and Kamala Harris has taken the lead in Minnesota. So if you didn't already see that here on the screen, let me show you right there, Minnesota, what their update is. Because it had been Trump for the longest. And now Kamala Harris has the lead in Minnesota. So a little more like we kind of thought it was going to be with Minnesota. Still a long way to go. Potentially Trump could win Minnesota, but we'll just have to wait and see. But Trump is 40 electoral votes away from the needed 270. But still waiting. Because as you can see, I mean, Georgia's got 91% of the vote. Virginia 77. Maine's got 25. New Hampshire 70. Michigan 36. Pennsylvania 77. Wisconsin 67. Arizona 50. Arizona's been sitting at 50 for a long time. But to be fair, before they got to that 50%, it took them forever to finally start counting. So it's just interesting. We're at 10:32. Let's take a break, and we'll come back to America's Choice right here on Saber Broadcast Network. We'll be right back.
All right.
I am back. And so, as you can see, we are still waiting on. Oh, we do have one state. Do have one call. Okay. Kamala Harris will take New Mexico. So, that'll put her at 192. So 192 for Kamala Harris now. Donald Trump at 230. So, still waiting on Nevada to start counting. But, of course, we got some states we're just sitting here waiting on. So, it's very interesting. Because see, only 91%. They still taking their time, which we'll see if they ever announce it. 80% in Virginia, 79% in Pennsylvania, 37% in Michigan, 68% in Wisconsin, 47% in Minnesota. I mean, still no count from Nevada. Arizona, 50%, still waiting on that. So, this would give them 16, 35. That's 50. So he'd be at 280. Plus 10, being 290. Plus another 11, put him at like 301, I think. And then if he gets the 6 from Nevada, like 307. So he is sitting pretty nicely right now, I think Donald Trump is. But they it sure is taking a long time just to get Georgia's count, to get the rest of these states that are out east. They're here in the southeast or in the northeast and trying to get their votes. So, of course, about 22 minutes, Hawaii will close and we'll see how they are doing. And I mean, right now, if you go to Poly Market, Donald Trump 94.5%, Harris 5.1. So I mean, we're just waiting right now. Slow waiting game. Either way, it's going to be interesting because we'll just wait and see. So, yep, we're just sitting here waiting and waiting. 20 minutes away from Hawaii closing, and then an hour and 20 minutes until Alaska closes. So, we'll see. I feel like here soon there's got to be another call, but then again, we're still sitting here waiting. So we'll see. All right, the Senate. The Republicans have reached 50. You heard me right. The Republicans have reached 50 members of the Senate, meaning that Meaning that if the Republicans sit at 50, that means whoever wins the presidency, the vice president would have the tie-breaking vote. So that is huge. So there's still Texas, Montana, I think is what. Okay, there's still a lot to go. So it's looking like Republicans are going to have the majority right here right now in the Senate. The Republicans will take the majority in the Senate from what it looks like. And the Democrats have lost 2 seats, Republicans gained 2 seats. Looks like Republicans are fixing to take the Senate. Now, as far as the House is concerned, let's look and see how this is going. Um, Democrats have lost 2 seats, Republicans have gained a seat. So, that's interesting. Democrats just gained another seat to get to 122. And so we still sit here waiting. But on a rather, as far as you want to look at the Senate, this has been a good night for the Republicans. They've done a great job tonight, gaining seats. So we'll see if the Republicans can control, basically have like House, Senate, and the presidency. We'll wait and see if that's a possibility. And Kamala Harris is going to pick up Virginia. So Kamala Harris will pick up Virginia. In this race, what I thought was fixing to be a landslide, which I mean, it possibly still could, but this has become just a little bit closer. And so Kamala Harris will get Virginia. That puts her to 205 electoral votes. And then the House, okay, Senate, Democrats get a seat in the Senate. So 50-41 Republicans. In the House, Republicans 169, 123. Governorship, 26-23 Republicans. And then right now, Donald Trump's got 230 in the Electoral College. So we remain waiting on the rest of these states. 10:43 is the local time. So got a long way to go. So, like I said, we are continuing to wait. Still got a little bit, still got a ways to go. So, still waiting. I know I've said that a bunch, but we truly are just sitting here waiting for something. I mean, Kamala Harris did get Virginia which for her, that is a great pickup. But it is interesting that it's very interesting that we're sitting here we're still waiting for Georgia. Like that, I feel, in my opinion, because I mean, it's 91% reported. Let's speed this thing up. I mean, I just have to be honest because I mean, I don't understand why it takes so long. I mean, to be honest, I don't think it should take this long to get results, but just waiting. Republicans now have 170 in the House of Representatives. It's a good pickup for them. And then in the Senate, Republicans have 50, Democrats 41. So at any rate, I mean, Republicans potentially well on their way to holding the majority in the House and in the Senate. And if Kamala Harris were to make some comeback, it'd be incredible to see. But she would have a tough time dealing with Congress because you'd have Republican House and Republican Senate. And so anything she would want to get done would not get done anyway. So right now, we'll have to wait and see how everything plays out. We are still waiting, and it is 10:47 at night. Yep, just waiting. So, it's more like a sit back and kind of look on your phone, enjoy just the waiting nature of the election. So, we continue to wait. So, of course, going into tonight, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it has gotten close here recently, but like I don't know if it was really a I mean, I don't think anybody really thought it was going to be a landslide at the beginning. Now, middle of the way, I thought there was a possibility it was fixing to be landslide Trump, which I mean, it still potentially could be, but we're sitting here right now and we're just waiting. Just waiting, folks. But we're getting near the closing of the Hawaii polls, which Hawaii would bring 4 electoral votes. Alaska brings 3. So we're just waiting on those are the only 2 states that have not gotten to closing time yet, which we'll wait and see on them. But like I said, we're waiting on Georgia, we're waiting on Pennsylvania, we're waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Maine, um, Arizona, Nevada. So we just wait right now, but we're gonna wait a few minutes, and about 10:58 we'll take a break, but 10:50 is our current time right now. And so yeah, we're gonna be here 5 hours. Incredible to think about, folks. And so yeah, this map, you got to think about it. And Trump performed very well tonight. Kamala Harris, I mean, pretty good too, considering. But as far as the states are concerned, I feel like they both, after a while, it's kind of evened itself out to more like what we thought it was going to be. Early on, Trump had a chance in Virginia, but that's been called for Kamala Harris. So we're just sitting here waiting. We still got a lot of night left. We are just waiting on the results. And so just relaxing right now. It's all you can do while we sit here and wait, folks. Oh my goodness. I will say, this is just me being personal right here, but like, there's got to be some way we can speed up the results just a little bit, so it's not like we're going way into the night trying to get the results of the election. I feel like there's a better way that we can be handling this, and so either way, we'll we can guess America can cross that bridge when it gets there. But still got a little while to wait. Everything just sits where it is. Okay. Something else to announce. Democrats will gain another seat in the House, getting them to 124. So that is something to note. Other than that, we're still just sitting here waiting on some results. And I mean, like I said, you're just waiting. Trump, I mean, it's almost like they're maybe just withholding it. Okay, now we got some more progress in Georgia. They're up to 93%. Reported. How Democrats get another seat in the House. So Georgia, it can't be long. I mean, they got 93% reporting, and Trump's got a lead of 50.8% to 48.5. So it shouldn't be long until Georgia goes to Trump. I mean, I don't think it's going to be too long at all. So wait and see. But just waiting. But Senate, like I said, Republicans most likely will have the majority in the Senate. So that would lead to some votes within the senators. Like the senators will have to vote for who they want to be the Senate majority leader, and then House. Um, looks like Democrats have picked up another seat. And so, as far as president, we're still just sitting here waiting Republicans get another one. So 171 now for Republicans. So we continue to wait. Okay. Democrats now up to 129 in the House. So they're starting to gain a little bit. Still a long way to go for them to catch up. Just a long night in general, folks. So we still wait on some of these states to get their ballots going, or just get their reporting in. Either way, Georgia 93%. I mean, I don't know how much more you need until you call the race. I mean, they're in the state. I mean, I don't know how much longer it's going to be until you call it, but we'll see. Pennsylvania. Okay. Well, we just continue to wait, folks. That's all I really know how to say at the moment. But we're gonna. All right. You know what? Let's go ahead and I told you we're gonna take a break. So let's go ahead and do so. We'll be back.
Hello, everyone. Now, you may wonder why we come with this commercial, but it's for a good reason. And that is because Saber Broadcast Network now has an official app. Now, this app, it will give you the ability to basically find our social media pages, which is Rumble and YouTube, so you can easily access that. You got early access to the Saber Broadcast Network poll, and you get to see the game picks records after the games are done on Sunday, whenever we get to it. So, folks, if you want a more updated version, like if you want to see things early as far as the records and as far as the network poll, then you can go to the Saber Broadcast Network app. We'll have that link in the community post, and we'll have it in the description. So, hope you enjoy.
All right, everybody, welcome back. And so the race for the House, as far as the House of Representatives, that being said, Republicans have 173. Democrats have 130 right at the moment. So that's where that sits. We still are waiting on Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada. And we can go ahead and announce that immediately Hawaii will go to Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris will get 4 more electoral votes, making this even closer. So making that 230 to 209 right now in this race. And again, I mean, not really any kind of nothing being called yet. So as far as nothing being counted for, so we'll wait and see. Democrats just gained another seat in the Senate. Both Republicans and Democrats gaining seats in the House just a moment ago. So we're sitting here waiting still on Georgia, which is 93% done. Pennsylvania, 83% done. Michigan, 45. Wisconsin, 76. I mean, Georgia and Pennsylvania, it shouldn't be too much longer. I mean, Virginia, 86. Like, how can you call Virginia and not Georgia yet? I mean, come on. Just call Georgia. Just be done with it. I mean, we're getting near the end. Nevada still hasn't even, there's still nothing from Nevada. So we're just waiting and seeing what's going to happen here right now. House races continue to be called. But other than that, I mean, we're just basically at a standstill at the moment. And so we're just waiting. We're just waiting for either candidate to get to 270 and then be done with this unless there's no one get to 270 tonight. We'll just have to wait and see. So we just continue to wait, folks. It is getting later and still waiting. So we'll wait and see. So, in the House, Democrats gain another seat and another 176, 134 advantage Republicans right at the moment. So we're still just waiting. Excuse me. Yep. So we're just waiting right now. But yep, Kamala Harris now at 209. I mean, she did not at one point this looked like it was going to be a landslide Trump victory, and now it's closer than what it was, but we'll just wait and see how the rest of this night goes. I mean, I've been saying this for a while now. I'm just waiting for someone to get to 270. I mean, Georgia still sits at 93% of the votes counted. I don't know why. 50% of the votes counted in Arizona. Trump still with the lead there. Still nothing in Nevada, but yeah. But yeah, it looks like I'm thinking Trump is probably going to end up pulling this out. How it's looking. I'm going to try to get some information about what's going on within campaigns. So we do continue to wait on Georgia. I'm gonna okay. So Georgia, we're gonna be waiting a little bit. But yeah, just a way to sit here waiting. All right, we can go ahead and announce this. The Republicans will have the majority in the Senate. They are now at 51 seats in the Senate, meaning that the Republicans, they have the Senate. So that is something we can go ahead and announce. And so right now they've got a huge, or they got a pretty good lead as far as seats in the House right now. If they can hold on to that, they would have both. They would have Congress, meaning that we will see how difficult that would be for Kamala Harris if she were to come back and win. But I mean, again, this is going to be very difficult for her to come back. But by the way things look like they're going, it's going to be days before we probably know the final results. But either way, let's go ahead and take a break. We've been going at this for a while, and let's go take a break.
Hey guys. I'm back. Did it? Oh, great. The cat's jumped up here. Okay. Hello, cats. All right.
We are back. And so let's check out the map. All right. Kamala Harris has gained another gained looks like one of the districts from either Nebraska or Maine. So update that. All right. So we still sit here waiting on this. Okay. So Georgia continues to sit at 93. Pennsylvania's at 85% reporting. Michigan 49. Wisconsin at 77. Arizona at 50%. Still, they've been sitting there forever. Still no reporting from Nevada, and then Alaska. That's not till for another 45 minutes, folks. So yeah, this has been a crazy election, and quite frankly, I mean, Trump, I think, has looked pretty good. I mean, the results for him, I think, are great, but this is still not over. And so we will go until about midnight, and we'll see. Um, we'll see what things are looking like then. But yeah, it's definitely getting later, and it just seems like Georgia is taking their time to call anything. So we'll just wait and see. Um, wait and see how things are going. So, but yeah. Um, yeah. 230 to 210. So 86% reporting from Pennsylvania. So they got to be close. I mean, I got to be honest. They have got to be incredibly close at this moment to choosing a candidate. That would be 19 electoral votes right there if Trump holds on to Pennsylvania. Um, yeah, I mean, he only needs 50 or 40 more. He's 40 more electoral votes. I have this feeling he's going to get. I mean, he's going to get it. So we'll see. Of course, New Hampshire has not been called tonight. They've got 79% reporting. Maine's got 35% reporting. Um, Minnesota, it's still close. I mean, it's 57% reporting, and Trump's close in Minnesota. That is interesting. Still nothing over in Nevada. Arizona 51%, Trump 50% of the vote. So Georgia still 93% counted, and we'll see whenever they start counting some more. Still 86% in Pennsylvania, 49 in Michigan, 78 in Wisconsin. So some of these swing states, we're getting near the end, folks. Maybe we're going to start getting some calls here. So we just continue to sit here and wait. So, yep. All right, here's what I'm going to do for a little bit. I'm going to rest my voice. I'm going to go full screen with the results from the states, and I'll be back. All right, we are back. Cooper Naylor here with you on this election night. As you can see, we still remain at 230 for Donald Trump, 210 for Kamala Harris. And so the one thing we can go ahead and mention is that Okay, like we said before, Republicans will take the Senate. As far as the House is concerned, um, Republicans right now have a 179-147 advantage in the House. There's another Democrat making his way to the House. So, still a long way to go. Um, but yeah, as far as the states, Georgia. Oh, I accidentally clicked on Georgia. You hover over it. Either way. Yeah, let it reload for a minute. It's taking a minute to load. Okay. Hello, cat. Alrighty, let's see. My my computer definitely is like, it's been a long night, Cooper. I want to go off. Okay. Well, having some technical difficulties right now, as looks like can't see the map at the moment. Not getting a reading of the result for president. That is interesting. That it just cut out on me like that. Okay. We'll go back. Let me go back here to it. See if it'll load this time. Okay. There we go. I think it's fixing to come back up. Okay, so we still sit at 230 to 210 in the Electoral College for the presidency right now. So, um, okay. We'll leave the camera on me, and I'll get the iPad. Okay, let me get this on. All right, here we go. Looks like my iPad's going to pull this up quicker, maybe. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe it's just a glitch within AP. Either way, right now, still 230 for Trump, 210 for Kamala Harris. As we try to figure out. Yeah. So still 93% reporting from Georgia. They still have not like called it yet, which I don't completely understand. If I'm so really not completely sure what is going on with the AP website. Okay. Okay. So looks like they're still having some issues, or either I'm just not able to find it. But it is 11:30. It's very interesting right now. Uh, we'll just go back here and so I guess as of right now, Trump's still at 230, Harris still at 210. But yeah, of course AP has not called the race yet. Nevada has not even had any kind of reporting. Says results expected soon. Okay. So there's like only one county in there in Arizona that's yet to call. In Alaska, of course, it'll be a little bit later. Be in about less than 30 minutes when they begin the call. So we are just sitting here waiting on this. So either way, we're gonna folks. I think what we will do here at Sayer Broadcast Network is we've given you a lot of coverage here tonight, and I'm a one-man show, and so it has been fun doing this, but it is rough sitting here just waiting, and I have nothing else left to say. So, folks, thank y'all for watching. We'll see you again later. Good night, everybody.